There has not always been anger and hatred in this house. The constant disappointments come because each expects from the other more than he or she can give. Too many children, too much fighting, too much anger have made of this woman a nagging, bitter wife, and of the husband a selfish bully. This is not just one of the little squabbles of everyday married life. This twisted, crooked kind of anger is bad for a man, bad for a woman, bad for children. And the children in such a home may try to escape the anger, perhaps before they are old enough, by doing just what their parents did, marrying in haste, without thought, without understanding, without love. But even in a home in which there are love and understanding, there can be serious troubles. A man who desires his child to grow straight must understand that each new step toward manhood must be encouraged. But this is sometimes difficult, especially when the new things the child has learned outside the home are unfamiliar to the parents. It was just such a new step when Juanito brought home 2 rabbits one day. His father was full of doubts. Who will eat rabbits? Why raise animals that are good for nothing? It is hard for a man who has never eaten rabbit to have his son tell him that they are good to eat. It is hard for a man to accept learning new things from his son. The boy is very stubborn. He acts as if he were the man of the house. The boy says he learned about rabbits in school, that they are good to eat and cheap and easy to raise. And besides, he will take care of them all by himself. It is hard for a man to let his son win an argument. It is hard, but a man must do it sometimes. He must let the child take new steps when he is ready. That makes him even more of a man. No one would think of preventing a tree from growing. Neither should one prevent a child from growing. The physical growth of people and of trees is reached one day. But there is another kind of growth with people that need not stop. For there is possible in the hearts and minds of men and women a growth in experience, in understanding, in maturity. To raise a real man, one should be a real man. So strong in the feeling of his own worth that he does not pretend to be something he is not. He can be a good son to his parents, does not have to prove that he is a man. They know it. He can be gentle with his children. They too know he is a man. He has knowledge of himself and respect for himself. And for this reason, he does not have to be a bully or a braggart to make himself feel content. This is what makes a true man. And it is possible to help a child grow into a true man or the wife of a true man. And it is possible for the young people to understand how the children they will someday have may also be helped and cultivated and loved, so that they too will be true men and the wives of true men. In such a home, children can have more patience and understanding toward each other, for they have learned that along with the pleasures of love,
Uh-oh. What's going on with my chat? Why isn't it showing? Hello everyone. Please excuse it's because I scheduled multiple streams. This always happens when I schedule multiple streams. I have to like reprioritize it so that it doesn't. Okay. Well, just pretend that chat's there. You can see chat on the side. Chat replay is available in the VODs. And if you're here now, you have access to chat. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome to my Immortal reading stream that I'm doing here today with, now at this point, probably a familiar face, hopefully, to all of you. Axion, would you like to introduce yourself, Axion?
Yeah, hello everybody. Good to see you again, and good to be with you again, Charis.
We are gonna have...
Oh, sorry, I'm a philosopher VTuber. Yeah, for
we are those. That's true. We are those. That is us. Oh my god. Hello. Yes. The philosopher VTubers are here. We're gonna read Harry Potter, but we're not really reading Harry Potter, are we?
I suppose not. Yeah, it's a bit of a twist, you could say, on Harry Potter. Bit of a different take on the story.
So as
we'll be reading. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. As anime VTubers, we are of course very aware of fandom culture and all of that, but we wanted to kind of to endeavor in a sort of deeper exploration of fandom culture and specifically fan fiction, which is what is fan fiction? Do you have like a good kind of handy definition just off the top of your head, Exxon?
Well, I suppose the first definition that comes to mind is just fiction in a certain universe that is just written by a fan rather than by, the official author, the one who, started whatever universe or whatever story that is. And I know I said that was like the first definition that came to mind, but really it's also the only one so far. Is there anything that you would add to that definition? That's
about it, I think. Yeah, it's basically when someone feels really, really, really passionate about something, some sort of established a series, IP, even mythos, right? And they put, they put pen to paper, or they put finger to typewriter, a keyboard in this case, and they produce literature. Would you call it that? Would you call it literature? Probably not, right?
I actually would. I think bad literature is still literature in my view.
So what separates? We're getting into the weeds of it before we even begin. This is like a discussion we're definitely going to revisit at the end of the stream as well. But I just very quickly, right? Like, do you kind of see? Because I do, and I'll get to my thoughts afterwards. But do you see a difference between literature and just perhaps maybe writing?
Yes, I suppose so. I know when people speak of literature, I usually think of fiction, although to be fair, sometimes that word is used for nonfiction. We might speak of the scholarly literature, on a certain subject, and that will be nonfiction. But there are certainly some kinds of writing that I would not consider literature, like a technical manual, for example. I would consider that writing, but not literature. So yeah, no, it's an interesting question. What are the necessary and sufficient conditions for a piece of writing to be literature? I suppose I would just say maybe this is just a case of polysemy, the word just has different meanings, and on one meaning, a fairly broad view, it includes certain kinds of, nonfiction, especially when it comes to scholarly fields. But then on a slightly narrower meaning, maybe it just refers to, fictional writing. At least that's kind of a first pass that occurs to my mind. How about you?
I love that definition. I'm imagining now someone doing a literature review of the Harry Potter fanfics. And then just titling it that, calling it a literature review, and then they just go through all the fics and then talk about it in a very scholarly manner. And it's just it's a bunch of shipping between characters that are not canonically romantically intertwined. That is, I love that already. I love the image of that.
No, it is hilarious. And actually, that's kind of what we were doing in a way in our previous stream, when we were debating, what is the truest way to experience this text, even just calling it the text Like for a work like this, to me, it's just kind of funny. But like, oh, do we read the edited version or the original? Like, what's the truest translation, of this work?
It
So,
definitely
no,
is
I can
like
totally
a
get behind that.
unique case, even amongst like fan fiction. Like if we were to, if we had decided to read a piece of fan fiction that were like more generally well received, I feel like we would have less reverence and respect almost. Not to say that it doesn't deserve any, but
Mm-hmm.
this kind of occupies a unique kind of headspace for me. This text, my immortal. So sorry for I just dropped us into this. I forgot to mention that. Hello everyone. This is the second part of a 2-part stream I did with Axion. The first part's on his channel, where you get to see my first reaction to the first half of the text. We can refer to this as and this is now a continuation and also probably hopefully conclusion to the epic saga of My Immortal. That's the text we're reading and dealing with today. We're gonna take turns dramatically reading it, and then we might discuss how we feel about certain parts of it when we get to the bridges that we'll have to cross. But we'll probably kind of get to the end and then talk, hopefully, intelligently about this text. We'll talk about it. We'll talk around it. We'll probably not talk too much about Harry Potter itself, and more so the whole fanfic culture, and then maybe just the whole philosophy of art and what makes something literature, what makes something good, what makes something bad so bad that it's good, and I guess how that would go about. Does that sound good to everyone in the chat so far? Please give me the problems now. I see one problem. I saw one problem. It was Axe Mike Low a few minutes ago. I have adjusted it quietly in the background, so you should be able to hear him now. Can we hear you, Axion?
Ooh, nicely done, adjusting it quietly in the background. So yeah, this is my voice just speaking normally. Yeah, can everyone hear me okay? I hope.
Okay. Everyone start complaining if you can't hear him. Good. Thank you. What else are we doing? Let me ask, can I petition both of you to watch Harry Potter and the Deathly Ford Anglia by Podal? Do you know what that is, Axion?
I'm afraid I do not.
I have a guest over and you're making me Google things in front of my guest? Okay, Harry Potter. I see how it is. Harry Potter and the Deathly Ford Anglia. Is that a car? I imagine that's a car.
I've never heard of it, but it sounds like it could be one.
Neither of us are car people. Evidently. Podal.
Maybe it's like a fan fiction, but like a film, like a short film. Sounds like it could be something like that, maybe.
What is this? It's a 3-minute video. Okay. This is a YouTube video. What is this? 7 years ago. This is a parody of some sort. Alright, yeah, this is a parody that also contains copyrighted footage that I will not show. Can we watch that? No, because we will get copy struck. I think is probably the reason why we can't be React tubers today, or at least we won't be reacting to anything video. We can react to the text we're about to read. That's what we'll do.
Mm-hmm.
So Saying Siren says, I've got snacks in my Alt Valley Girl voice ready. Alt Valley Girl voice. Okay, I know what a Valley Girl voice is. What is an Alt Valley Girl voice? I don't know what the alt means. Do you have an idea?
Well, I'm guessing maybe it refers to a girl who's a Valley Girl, but like is countercultural in some way. Like maybe in this case, like the goth, especially.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my best guess anyway.
Yeah, I think it's it. Okay. Countercultural Valley Girl. Was that the voice I was doing last stream? I don't know what I did last stream. I've like blanked out the memory of last stream. Not because it was terrible in the sense that like, I had a bad time. I had a great time with the X Sound. It's just that the text in particular and having to do the voice was taxing. It took a lot out of me.
No, that is totally understand. Like right after that stream, I just basically like took a long nap and I was just kind of worn out, which is probably how we're both going to feel after today's stream.
Oh. Oh dear. All right. Okay.
This
Okay,
is why
any-
chat loved this.
All right. Any last words from anyone else before we inevitably give in to our demise? Donjins are dojins. Dojins are the weeb equivalent of fan fiction. So dojin is the Japanese word for like fan created work. And I think that can include things that are not just text. Like I think merchandise, like fan-made merchandise can be described You know what? I don't know the language. You know the language. You look it up, okay? I'm guessing you might not have anything to add to that tidbit. Exxon.
I mean, that sounds plausible to me. I don't really know the language either, but I've heard the word dojin used to describe things like visual art, of various kinds. Like if it's a fan-made manga, for example, then I'm pretty sure that would count. And not just like the text aspect of it, but also like, the visuals. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like it's text visual, but also like I've seen the word dojin used for like keychains.
Oh yeah.
It's like dojin keychains, but I don't know. But maybe I'm getting my intel from bad sources. I have no idea. Someone saying that's a shame. Also, turn down Charis's audio on OBS by 100%. Okay, can we ban this guy? Can we? Can we ban this? Can we ban this person? We need to ban this person. All right. This person's a mod, so this is troublesome. So we're gonna ignore this for now.
The bullying has already started. Oh no.
Oh god. Mods, ban the other mod. Thank you. Okay. You're only a mod temporarily too, by the way. This power can be easily stripped from you the moment I'm done playing. Price is Right is not the name of the game. The name of the game is, I don't know, that there's a character in the game and her name is Chloe Price. So I keep thinking the game's name is Price is Right. That's not the name of the game. The name of the game is Life is Strange. Life is Strange.
If they make a sequel centering on Chloe, like another sequel, they could that could be like the subtitle kind of like Life is Strange 3
Life
or 4, whatever it is, like The Price is Right.
Life is Strange 3, The Price is Right. I love that. That's so good. Oh. All right, okay. Let's stop getting distracted. Let's. Funny you say there's. Sorry, someone saying Zero saying funny you say there's a sequel because there is a prequel about her. I am aware of that, or I was made aware of that tangentially, but I haven't actually read around that, or I don't know anything about it. Okay. Any last words before we dive into the thing, Exxon?
You're probably not going to like this, but the fact that there is a prequel to the game that you haven't played yet, I think what that means is that your teen girl arc might not be coming to an end anytime soon, Charis.
Oh,
I feel like chat is going to demand that you play this game.
I'm gonna be a teen girl forever. I hated being a teen boy enough. Now I have to go be a teen girl. No. All right. Okay. Though that was a while ago. I am 60 years old. Okay.
But then the other thing, I guess on a note more germane to today's stream perhaps, is that I was thinking if this sounds good to you, Charis, we could do it in the same format as last time where we just sort of alternate by chapters. Does that sound good?
Absolutely. That sounds like a plan.
And do you have any thoughts or preferences on who should read the first one, which I guess would be chapter 23 in this case?
I think you can start with 23 as well. That's what because we were kind of alternating, and I think I did the even numbers.
Okay, right. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Because you went and started, because you made that fantastic, brilliant, bombastic start, and that it was that I needed that push to do the voice. Like I couldn't do this stream on my own. I need you with me, Exxon. Like I cannot channel my inner teenage girl without someone else also channeling their inner teenage girl who is not a teenage girl. I need that. I just need that with me.
Oh, well, I'm delighted I could help you out in that way. Yeah, I think for that stream, we really helped each other out in the end. So I would be delighted to sort of lead the charge on the chapter 23 on this time.
Okay, let's do it. All right, let's do it. I'm going to bring everyone to the reading room now. Here we are. The text. Oh, delightful. I do feel like our bodies might be a bit big. I'm going to shrink us.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, this
Shrink
time
ray.
I'll do the shrink spell. Abracabshrinkies Yeah.
Okay, that worked. That worked. Thank you, Exxon.
That was really good timing. It made it sound like the spell was actually working.
Well done. Okay, great. All right, let's. This is My Immortal by what's the name of the author?
Well, I think her username at least was Tara Jalebsky, but I don't know if anyone knows like if that's her real name.
Okay. Okay.
Looks like it was edited by Eric though.
Yeah, we got a photo right there as well. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your contributions. So in this specific edition, this is a bit different from the previous edition because this is the original version of the text, and if you hover over the typos, you can see the intended words. So for example, here dut D-H-U-T is supposed to be shut, but it's only through our the fantastic editors for this literary work that we must thank. I'm losing my words here. Thankfully, we have editors for this literary work that we're about to indulge ourselves in. Okay.
Yeah, no, Eric looks like a really serious editor guy. Like I trust him,
I think he understands. I think he gets it. I think he knows.
Yeah. And oh boy, I can already tell from the first line, like it's hitting the ground running. I'm gonna have to like prepare myself for a second to get my voice ready. Okay, here we go, chat. Chapter 23. Author's note. Shut the fuck up, bitches! You're just jealous because I got 10,000 reviews. Thanks to Raven for the help and telling me about the Brooks Gurloo Rock. Let's go shopping together. The door opened, and Professor Rumbridge and Cornelia Fudge stomped out angrily. Then Dumbledore and Rumbridge sawed us. Mr. Way, what the beep are you doing? Rumbridge shouted angrily. Dumbledore blared at her. Oops, she made a mistake. He corrupted her. She means, hi, everybody, come in. Well, we all came in angrily. So did all the other students. I sat between Darkness and Draco and opposite Bloody Mary. Crabbe and Goyle started to make some morbid jokes. They both looked exactly like Vil Volo. I ate some Count Chocula and drank some blood from a cup. Then I heard someone shooting angrily. I looked behind me. It was Vampire. He and Draco were shooting at each other. Vampire, Draco, WTF, I asked. You fucking bastard, yelled Draco at Vampire. I want to shit next to her. No, I do, I shouted. No, she doesn't fucking like you, you son of a bitch, yelled Draco. No, fuck you, motherfucker. She loves me, not you, shouted Vampire. And then he jumped on Draco. No, not in that way, you perv. They started to fight and beat up each other. Dumbledore yelled at them, but they didn't stop. All of a sudden, a terrible man with red eyes and no nose flew in on his broomstick. He had no nose and was wearing a gray robe. All the glass in the window he flew through fell apart. Brittany, that fucking prep, started to cry. Vampire and Draco stopped fighting. I stopped eating. Everyone gasped. The room fell silent. Voldemort. Ebony, Darth Vader said evilly in his raspy voice. Thou have failed your mission. Now I shall kill thou, and I shall kill Vampire as well. If thou dost not kill him before then, I shall kill Draco too. Please don't make me kill him. Please, I begged. No, he laughed crudely. Kill him, or I shall kill him anyway. Then he flew away, cackling. I burst into tears. Draco and Vampire came to contort me. Suddenly my eyes rolled up, so they looked all cool and gothic. I had a vision where I saw some lightning flash, then Voldemort coming to kill Draco, while Draco slit his wrists in a depressed way. No! I screamed sexily. Suddenly, I had locked up and stopped having the vision. Ebony, Ebony, are you all right? Asked Draco in a worried voice. Yeah, I said sadly as I got up. Everything's all right, said vampire, all sensitive. No, it's not, I shouted angrily. Tears of blood went down my face. OMFG, what if I'm getting possessed, like in the Ring 2? It's okay, girl, said Bloody Mary. Maybe you should ask Professor Sinister about what the visions mean, though. Okay, bitch, I said sadly, and then we went.
Oh,
Jeez,
what a way
that was rough.
Oh, what a way to jump back into this. Thank you, Exound, for that. Well done. And this was definitely a difficulty spike, considering how we're reading now the original text and having to interpret what they're saying as it's going on. Oh,
It's so much harder. It's sometimes I'm not sure if I should say aloud like the intended word or the word that was actually written. It's kind of like a constant decision, struggle with reading this text.
I think that as well, when as a reader, like as you're reading it as well, that's kind of the sensation. That's the emotion you're supposed to be feeling as you're reading the text as well. It's like you're supposed to be confused. I think part of it, intentional or otherwise, I think at least that's maybe the best way to consume this or to read this text is to read it perhaps in the original, but also have like a corrected version, like or annotated notes next to it as well, so that if it gets confusing, you can always like look up what the word is. But part of the experience is like figuring out what the hell the author meant by vampire came to contort me. And think, oh no, because contort is a word. This is a word and it's used grammatically correctly in the sentence, but the typo is like it's supposed to say comfort, right? It's malaproper. Malaproper is the specific is the word we use for spelling mistakes that are technically or like that are entirely different words that are intended to not be. Absolutely just wonderful.
Yeah, no, I think that is one interesting feature of this work is that it has just a certain ambiguity to it on a perhaps deeper level than I think a lot of other works do, and the ambiguity just amounts to this. It's on the typographical level even, where like there's a sense of what the intended word was, but at the same time, like the world of the story is already so bizarre that if you just take it in whatever word was actually written and you assume that's the interpretation, it kind of could fit. Like you could imagine it almost fitting, like in a way it would in the world of the story, in a way it wouldn't, in the world of maybe a story that made more sense, than this one did. So it is really cool and actually quite interesting to be faced with that decision while reading it.
Oh, what do you have do you have a favorite sentence just to start us off with in this chapter, or do you want to like kind of move on? What do you think? Something to highlight.
From
this chapter.
I want to shit next to her is very that one you just have to read that line as it was actually written. I think that's one where.
Do you think like now there are more questions in my head because we read the almost like sanitized version. Well, I use the term loosely, but like we read the kind of corrected version for part 1, just so that we wouldn't get too lost in the mud. But I'm looking at this original text now. That had to be intentional, right? Right?
What had to be intentional?
Like the I want to shit next to her. It was intended,
you think the author of this text left that in because like she thought it was funny, or?
Yeah, because like this is the type. It's like some mistakes, for example, spelling professor with 2 F's, right? Yeah, I can see that happening. Um,
Yeah.
Using the word contort instead of comfort, I can kind of see that as well. As like a mistake one would make when they're learning to write, right? But the
Mhm.
using the word shit instead of the word sit, shit is a word you learn later in life, I think, right? That this had to
Seems right. Yeah.
intentionally have been, you know, written, or like this was an intended mistake, I think. And I like this is kind of shifting my approach to the text as well, because now I'm thinking, oh, this is a joke, and the author, I think, is in on the joke too, or at least I'm having those thoughts. What about
Mm.
you?
Yeah, to me, it's interesting. I mean, I think that's one way we could look at it, and I don't know if I have a settled view on it myself, but one thing I will say is that, like, I'm just looking at some of the other typos, and some of the other ones do seem to involve extra keystrokes, like "thou have failed your mission." Like, there's an F between the V and the E that's just,
Hmm.
sort of unnecessary. Um, Part of me wants to say maybe that could have happened here, is in particular, like, if this was written very fast, then maybe she's just, like, typing away on the keyboard, and occasionally her fingers hit some extra keys, and sometimes it leads to funny mistakes like this one. I really don't know though if that's what happened, or if it's just someone who's to some extent, in on the joke and enjoys a good troll. I think that's one of the really cool, interesting features about this work, is the way that it's still so it leaves so much mystery, I guess, when it comes to that about exactly what, I guess, intentions was it composed with.
Yeah, because like I just like I'm thinking myself, right? If I were like 5 years old, if I were to type like a 5-year-old, like and like I could imagine making some of these mistakes, like typing HERD for herd when
Mhm.
it should be like HEARD. But it's a what's the word for that? Syncope? That's the type of mistake it is. I think I don't know. Anyways, like,
Oh,
but I couldn't
but
mistype
maybe like
sit
a
as shit,
malapropism.
right? Yeah,
Oh,
or a malapropism, yeah.
yeah.
Because the H key is so
Um,
far away from the S key that if it were an extra keystroke too, I can't see how. Like I'm like looking at my keyboard right now. I'm like SIT. That is, you don't really
mhm.
get anywhere near H for it to. I don't know.
Well, the H is kind of between the S and the I, though. Maybe she like hit it on the way to the I.
Yeah. I guess I could see that. Yeah.
I don't know. There's a part of me that just really likes the thought that this is like a fully sincere work and is not just a troll. But at the same time, it is entirely possible that this is a troll, and in which case it's an extremely talented and very funny
Yeah.
troll.
I
But
would. I 100% agree. Hmm.
see, Stella says she thinks it's fine, where we're analyzing this in such
Well,
detail.
that's what we're here for. I mean, why else are you gonna watch two philosopher VTubers read My Immortal, if not for the overthinking that we'll go? All right, okay. Like I'm hearing the complaints. I'm hearing the tomatoes being thrown at me. Let's like stop stalling. Charis Euphranor, do the Valley Girl accent. Okay. All right. Oof.
All right, good luck, Harris. You got this.
All right. Sorry, just quickly, someone else commented, Let Me Die commented, I think the writer meant for the reader to visualize a MySpace era comedy skit that is mostly yelling obscenities for the line, I want to shit next to her. Maybe. A MySpace era skit yelling obscenities. Okay.
Yeah, could be.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it. I'm gonna stop stalling now. All right. Okay, I'm ready. I'm channeling my inner teenage girl.
All right, you got this,
Bringing her
Karis. I
out.
believe in you.
Author's note. Preps, stop flaming the story. You're just jealous, so fuck you, okay? Go to hell. Raven fags for the help. Okay, this is harder to read with the typos. Oh my god. Okay, alright, okay. Chapter 24. Well, we had deviation next, so I got to ask Professor Trevelry about the visions. Konnichiwa, everybody come in, said Professor Sinister in Japanese. She smiled at me with her gothic black lipstick. She's the coolest fucking teacher ever. She had long dead black hair with blood red tips and red eyes. Her mom was a vampire. She was also half Japanese, so she speaks it and everything. She and Bloody Mary get along great. She's really young for a teacher. Today she was wearing a black leather top with red lace and a long gothic black ripped dress. We went inside the classroom with pastures of Emily DeStrong. I raised my hand. I was wearing some black nail polish with red pentagrams on it. What is it, Ebony? She asked. Hey, I love your nail polish. Where'd you get it, Hot Topic? Yeah, I answered. All the preps who didn't know what HC was gave me weird looks. I gave them the middle finger. Well, I have to talk to you about some things. When do you want to do it? How about now? She asked. Okay, I said. Okay, class fucking dismissed everyone, Professor Trevelry said, and she let everyone go. Except for you, Brittany. She pointed at Brittany and some other preps. Please do exercise. Get it? One on page 3. Okay, I'm having lots of visions, I said in a worried voice. I'm so worried. Is Draco going to die? Well, she gave me a black crypto ball to lock in. I looked at it. What do you see? She asked. I said, I see a black gothic skull and a pentagram. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I looked at it. It was Draco. He was looking really sexy, wearing a black leather facet, a black gothic Linkin Park t-shirt, and black conga shoes. Okay, you can go now. See ya, cunt, said Professor Sinister. Bye, bitch, I said, waving. I went to Draco, and Vampire was sitting next to him. We both followed Draco together, and I was so exhibited. Oh. End of chapter. I was so exhibited, yes.
So now I guess you've gotten the experience of reading this in the original form.
This is hard
so
because
different,
like
isn't it?
I need to because like in the original I could channel I think I was a bit better at channeling the voice in the in the first part of the stream we did because I knew what the words were and I could imagine someone saying it. Whereas here it's like I need to translate in my head what the actual word is, and then imagine the tone in which it's said, and then read it as it's written rather than the way I heard it in my head. And that's like too many steps for me.
Yeah, no, ironically, it's a much bigger cognitive load. Yeah, having to. I guess the less thought that's put into the writing, yeah, the bigger cognitive load is to actually read through it.
Yeah. My God, my Immortal and cognitive load in the same sentence.
But I gotta say, I think you handled it like a champ, though. Like, the tone, especially with like the okay, class fucking dismissed everyone. It's really good.
Thank you. Do you remember who Professor Sinister is?
It says, well, I'm looking at the text here. It says Professor Sinister Trelawney.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's an analog in the original Harry Potter to the Sinister. Like, I forget what Professor Trelawney's first name was. Maybe it was something that sounded like Sinister.
I think the character here is like Professor Sinister Trelawney. Professor Sinister Trelawney. But maybe, oh no, that might not be in the original, is it? Professor...
Oh, maybe not.
Trelawney... Sinister. Sybil Trelawney's first prophecy.
Oh, Sybil, I see.
This is a character. This is a real person. She probably didn't sound like the voice I put up, but...
Well, oh yeah, no, Professor Trelawney, I remember her from the books. She taught divination, I think, which is what the author of this text calls deviation, but yeah, I think that's... At least I'm pretty sure that's what she taught in the books.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's it. I'm like reading the Screen Rant article and trying to make sense of this because like I don't know the Harry Potter enough to decode what is being said here right now.
Oh, I see. That's a whole new level of challenge then.
Definitely. This was edited by Jacob, by the way. Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, I noticed we have a new editor. I guess it was a team effort, editing this text.
I like that. It's the internet coming together and kind of like sharing together. It's almost, it's like in academia when a lot, various professors and researchers and experts kind of come together and contribute to a wider topic.
Almost makes it like an interdisciplinary anthology, you know?
That's a great way to put it. I love that. So, yeah, Ari's asking, why did Charis's author voice sound like Trump? It's because I couldn't find the voice yet, and like in my head, I was like, I'm dialing through it. I'm scrolling through the wheel of voices, and then I landed on Trump, and I was like, no, hold on, that's not it. That's not it. Keep going, keep going. Somewhere in between me and Teenage Girl is Trump. I guess that's what that tells you.
Yeah, I'd say it worked out, you know. The Trump slash teenage girl mix, you know, it's a solid choice for like first, you know, reading the story when you're still trying to find a voice, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was tough because I knew it was a crystal ball, but then having to read crypto ball instead keep the voice, that was difficult. But you know what? We're gonna try to do that going forward, just to kind of, Oh, this is a new chapter 25 now. I just clicked onto. This is a new editor. This is Janice.
Right. Yeah, Janice.
Thank you, Janice.
Oh man, it still feels like we have so many chapters left. And these first two, they've been so hard.
It will only get easier, I think. Right? It would only get easier.
True. That's a good attitude. Good attitude. Okay. So here we go. Chapter 25. Author's note. Stop lying, okay? Do not tell Justin to beat you up. Tell the registers to put viruses in your computer. Fuck you, Raven. Thanks for the help. I was so excited. I followed Draco, wondering if we were going to do it again. We went outside, and then we went into Draco's black car. Ebony, what the fuck did Professor Trevorrow say? Whispered Draco, potting his gothic wit hand with black nail polish on mine. She said she would tell me what the visions meant tomorrow. I grumbled in a sexy voice. He took out a heroin cabaret and spiked it and gave it to me to spork. He started to fly the car into a tree. We went to the top of it. Draco put on some MCR. And all the things that you never ever told me, and all the smiles that are ever going to haunt me, sang Gerard's sexy voice. We started tiling of each other's clothes fervently. He took off my black thong and my black leather bar. I took off of his black boxers. Then he put his throbbing you-know-what in my tool sexily. OMFG, Draco. Draco, I screamed, having an orgasm. We stated Frenching passively. Suddenly, I fell asleep. I started having a dream. In it, a black guy was shooting two gothic men with long black hair. No, please don't fucking kill us, they pleaded, but he just kept shooting them. He ran away in a red car. No, oh my fucking god, 1-1, I shouted in a scared voice. Ebony, what's wrong? Draco asked me as I woke up, opening my icy blue eyes. I started to cry, and tears of blood went down my face. I told Draco to call Vampire. He did it with his black Lincoln Park mobile. But the worst thing was who the people who were shot in the dream were. Lucian and Sirius. End of chapter.
Ooh. Lucian and Sirius? Who's... Yeah. That is a person, yeah.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about Lucian, but yeah, Sirius. Still kind of remember. So
I love
we
he
already
ran
have
away.
our first sex scene of the new chapters.
Oh, yeah.
At least
I
anytime.
imagine this is just gonna go, like, the frequency of this is just gonna increase, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite line from this chapter was he ran away in a red car, because when you read that, I imagined like the villain after shooting like Lucian and Sirius, right? Like You know in like theater where like in like kiddie theater as well where they'll have like props that are just
Oh yeah.
cardboard like pieces, and it's just like it's a big cardboard cutout of a car. And so they like so the person shoots them and then gets up, and then like rather than drive away, it's like it's revealed that it's a big cardboard cutout that they lift up, and then you see their legs, and then he just runs off.
I had not had that image, but I think it fits this story in this chapter perfectly. I'm so glad you told me that. No, that is
uh,
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful image.
uh, this is
But yeah, all in all, I mean, that chapter, it was a little bit easier to get through than the previous chapter for me. I think the experience from the previous one helped. So you were exactly right, Karis, that yeah, this one it gets easier, I guess, as you go along. Got to get used
yeah.
to the style.
In hindsight, I also don't regret starting off with the corrected edition too, because it was kind of like to get us into the headspace of where this project is at, and also to familiarize ourselves with the cast, so that like we kind of know who's who, and we can kind of predict what that character would say, and the types of things they would. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it'd be really tough to not have had that. Yeah, I guess just going in, uh, you know, with the unedited version from chapter one. I do agree that would have been hard.
This is certainly a beautiful piece of literature, though. Ah, okay. Chapter 26 is also edited by Janice. Thank you, Janice.
Oh,
Are we gonna we should thank the editors like at the beginning of every chapter, so just to like kind of, because like that's one of the prevailing questions that have lingered on in my mind concerning this text. Like, who is the author exactly? What's in their head? What's in their head when they're writing this? Like, did they intend for this, for it to be received this way? How did they write it so masterfully? If if this were ironic, if this were satire, you'd have to be familiar with the thing you're satirizing to be able to satirize it so effectively, right? So, what's going on with this person? Like, I don't know.
if only we could meet her and interview her. That would be so interesting.
I'd love to know, yeah. And so all we have right now to thank for are the editors here at the moment. So that's what we'll do, I think.
Mhm.
Okay, chapter 26. Whew. Author's note. Perhaps stop flaming the story, okay? If you don't like the story, then go fuck yourself, you fucking prep. You suck. Oh, why? And I wasn't being racist, okay? A few mutate. I gotta try. Sorry. A few mutates later, Vampire came to the tree. He was wearing a black leather Jackson, black leather pants, and a good Charlotte t-shirt. Hi, Vampire, I said flirtily as he started to sob. Draco hugged me sexily, trying to comfort me. I started to cry tears of blood and then told him what happened. Oh, fuck it. Vampire shouted angrily. He started to cry sadly. What fucking dick did that? I don't know, I said. Now come on, we have to tell Dumbledore. We ran out of the tree and into the castle. Dumbledore was sitting in his office. Sire, our dads have been shot. That was Draco. Sir, our dads have been shot, Draco said while we whipped some tears from his white face. Enemy had a vision in a dream. Dumbledore started to cockle. And how do you expect me to know Ebony's not divisional? I glared at Dumbledore. Look, motherfucker. Oh, he said that. Look, motherfucker. He said angrily as Dumbledore gasped, seized the toot of Crackter? You know very well that I'm not decisional. Now get some fucking people out there to look for Sirius and Lucian. Porto. Okay, he said it in an intimidated voice. Where are they? I thought about it. Then all of a sudden, Longdon. I said, I told him which street. He went and called some people and did some stuff. After a few minutes, he came back and said people were going out looking for them. After a while, someone called him again. He said that they had been found. Draco, Vampire, and I all left to our rooms together. I went with Draco to wait in the nurse's office while Vampire went to slit his wrist in his room. We looked at each other's gothic, depressed eyes. Then we kissed. Suddenly, Sirius and Lucian came in on stretchers, and Professor Sinister was behind them. End of chapter.
Nicely done.
Whew. Thank you. What is C is the toot of Crackter?
Oh, it looks like that is that out of character, I guess. C is that out of character. At least according to the
like it's a what's the word? Like a quick aside that the author's doing, like in a metatextual sense, talking to the audience and going like, "Hey, see, how was that?" Which she tends to do a lot throughout this series, right?
She's a big fan of those defiant asides, yes.
Character, yep, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Now that you've read though, I'm actually, I don't know, this might be just me, but I'm starting to lose track of what's happening.
I'm so glad you said this, because me too. What's going on?
Well, when each sentence requires like such an extreme effort just to understand like what's going on in that sentence, I guess it gets easier to miss the broader plot, of the story, insofar as there is a plot to speak of.
I remember that like at the end of chapter 22 was the reveal that like, oh my god, we are the sacred one or something, or we're like the chosen one. Like we as in like the main character, the protagonist, what's her name?
Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Ravenway.
Yes, thank you. Oh my god. Exactly. Yeah, like she's the chosen one. She's supposed to defeat this like, I was gonna say Ganondorf. What's the name of the Voldemort. I'm getting my words mixed up now because like they keep using different words for like the same things or the same characters, and it's just confusing. Okay.
Oh, it's rubbing off on you. Oh no.
Yeah, it is. It's affecting me. Voldemort, and then next thing you know, it's like somebody shot both Lucian and Sirius.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also this, is Professor Sinister a new character, or had we encountered her last time?
I think she's new in the second half of the book, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But no, I think that's a really good summary of part one. Is at the end we find out that Ebony's the only one who can kill Voldemort, and I guess that's also apparently why the school is still open, because like Professor Umbridge and Cornelius Fudge had wanted to close it because they were afraid that Dumbledore was getting Alzheimer's and like he was becoming dangerous. But then Dumbledore makes the big reveal, like, oh, Ebony's the only one who can kill Voldemort, and Voldemort had wanted her, and I guess still wants her to kill Vampire Potter, or else he's going to kill Draco. But now it sounds like she has to kill Voldemort. So all that part I guess makes sense. I guess I started getting lost with like the vision stuff and like Professor Trelawney and people getting shot, and it's
I'm losing
it's a little jumbled right here. Yeah.
Ari says, I feel like the author treats the audience in a somewhat similar way to how Charis treats his. What do you mean? What? What are you talking about? I'm ignoring that. That's not a real comment. That's not a real comment you made. Shut the fuck up, okay? All right, okay. Oh.
But,
sorry, I read this one? I read 26, right? Yeah, I did. So this is your
that's right.
This is your chapter now. We're back on. We're back to Eric.
Time.
Yep.
Oh, Eric, yeah.
Oh, but just before you begin, when you do like the author's note voice, sometimes I don't know if it's your end or my end, I'm uncertain, but like your mic peaks and like it kind of cuts off, and it's I feel like it actually makes it funnier, but well, just letting you know that when you do that happens.
Okay, no, that's good to know. If it ever gets too loud, just let me know.
Okay.
I try to like distance my head from the mic a little bit when I do that, but yeah, sometimes I think it still ends up being quite loud. So yeah, but thanks for letting me know that.
Okay.
Okay, Oh, this is a specially titled chapter too. Vampires will never hurt you. Not just chapter
Ooh.
27. So maybe something unique will happen in this chapter. We'll see. Okay, here it is. Chapter 27. Author's note. You know what? 111, I do not give a fuck what you perhaps think about me. Stop blaming the fucking story, bitches. Thanks to Raven for your love and support and help. I love you, girl. Plus, I couldn't update, lol. I was really depressed and I silt my wrists. I had to go to the hospital. Raven, you rock, girl. 11111. Everyone in the room started to cry happily. I had saved them. Draco, Lucian, Sirius, Bond, Vampire all came to hug me. The nurse started to give them medicine. Come on, NOB, said Professor Sinatra. She was wearing a gothic black leader dress with a corset top and real vampire blood on it, and fucking black platinum boots. I have to tell you the fucking perdition. I locked at Lucian, Seraphs, Drake, and Vampire. They nodded. I smelled happily and went into a dark room. I had changed. Professor Sinister took out some black cards. She started to look into a black crucible ball. She said, Tara, I see Drac times are near, she said badly. She peered into the balls. You see, you must go back in time. She took out a time toner like Bloody Mary had. When Voldemort was in Hogwarts before he became powerful, he got his heart broken. Now you think he would still become Voldemort if he was in love? I shook my head. You must go back in time and seduce him.
Oh,
it is the only way. If he is still evil, then you must kill him. You can come to my room tomorrow and you can do it. Okay, I said sadly. We did death touch sin. I went outside again sadly. What fucking happened? Asked Draco and Vampire. Yeah, what happened? Asked Darkness, Willow, and Baldy Mary. I was about to tell them, but everyone was there. They were celebrating Lucian and Sirius being fond. Everyone was proud of me, but I just wanted to talk to Draco. They were cheesing my name, and some reporters were there trying to interview Dumbledore. A banner was put up. Lots of fucking preps were there, obviously trying to be gothic, wearing the him sign on their hands, despite them not having actually heard of him. Even Mr. Norris looked happy. A black and red cake had been brought out. Crab and Goik set up some fireworks in the shape of skulls from Wesley's Wizard Wises. I put on my invisibility coat with Vampire and Draco, and we sneaked outside together. So I suppose we do see, I guess the twist now is that it looks like she's going to have to go back in time and seduce Voldemort to make him not evil.
I can't. I wish I didn't. I wish I couldn't see that. I wish I had not seen that coming. But I did, but then seeing it, like I had a premonition in the earlier chapters that would be the twist, like rather than killing Voldemort, she'd have to like seduce him or something, was what I thought would happen. But that was like such a long while ago and I didn't know when it would happen. The fact that like this happens in this chapter, oh. Like in a way it brought me back to the earlier chapters, or at least my headspace in the earlier chapters when I was like, when I was still trying to theorize what was happening in the story or what would transpire. Oh.
Well, I mean, first it was Draco and then it was Vampire and now it's going to be Voldemort. I feel like now it makes it like a complete, triangle. With Ebony at the center. It's kind of, it feels very fitting. So I can see why you would predict it. I don't think I predicted that when I first read this text. I was just like, oh, in shock. Oh, this is how she's going to have to overcome him, is by, seducing him. Or going back in time, sorry, and then seducing him. That's kind of an interesting twist.
Time travel in my fanfic.
Yeah.
I love the bit here in that paragraph. Tara, I see dark times are near. Like, like she's addressing the author and not the character anymore. Because the character's full name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, right?
Yeah.
Has she ever been called Tara?
Well, I think there's one point, and it probably wasn't something we already read. If not, it might be like the very next chapter. So I don't think this
Mm-hmm.
is too much of a spoiler. But in
Mm-hmm.
the author's notes, where she has like a brief falling out with Raven, and then like out of spite, she starts calling the protagonist Ebony Darkness Dementia Terra Way for like a chapter or two instead of Raven Way. But
Oh,
so I don't know if that's like during this chapter or like a past chapter, but it might just be kind of a holdover from that.
interesting. Oh.
Tara Ditto says, I just woke up and hearing Tara. I thought it was talking about me.
Nuh-uh. You wish you were talented enough to write something as masterful as this text that we're reading right now. uh, a wonderful thing to wake up to, might I add.
Mhm.
Excellent.
But any thoughts, Karis, on why the chapter title is the way it is? Vampires will never hurt you.
That's a good question. This is one of those special chapters, right? You would think. Um, hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if we were able to have much success for the previously special name chapters. Like if we were able to figure out why they were named the way they were.
Yeah, they kind
So
of
there might
felt
not be
very
much rhyme or
ordinary
reason
as
to this
well.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's like a reference to a song, but like why? I suppose it's like maybe the references to the songs are like kind of like if we were familiar with the songs being referenced, we would know. But because we don't, like, because we're preps, right? We're
I mean,
we
basically,
can't,
yeah.
yeah, we can't really like this isn't for us, you know. Like we're tourists, we're visiting from outside of the culture, and so we don't get it.
Mhm.
But like someone who's in the culture, they might get it, you know. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. Estella says it's an MCR song. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, right. I don't know that many My Chemical Romance songs. I'm a fake. I'm a prep. I'm a prep. Oh, okay. Let's move on.
All right, chapter 28. Here we go.
Hmm. Chapter 28. Author's note. I said, stop flaming the story. It was a mistake when Professor Rilori said that, okay? Go to fucking hell. You suck. Thanks to Philly for the help. Raven, have fun with Kiwi. We went into a black room. The walls were black with portraits of gothic bands like MCR, GC, and Marlon Mason all over them. A big black coffin was in the middle. Red velvet lined the black box. There were 3 chairs made of bones with real skulls in them. I was wearing a black corset bar with purple stuff on it, fishnet stockings, and a black leather thong underneath. I sat down one of the chairs dispersedly. So did Draco and Vampire. Are you okay? Vampire asked, putting his out-bastard hand on mine. He was wearing black nail polish. I was wearing black nail polish with red crosses on it. Yeah, I guess, I said sadly. Draco also put his hand on mine sexily. I smiled sadly with my black lipstick. The problem is, I have to seduce Volks more. I'll have to go back in time. Draco started to cry sadly. Vampire hugged him. It's okay, Abby. It's okay, Abby, he said finally. But what about me? You're not going to break up or anything, are you? Of course not, I gasped. Really? He asked. Sure, I said. We Frenched sexily. Vampire looked at us longingly. Then I took off Draco's MCR shirt and seductively took off his pants. He was hung like a stallion. He had replaced the vampire tattoo that said enemy on it. Black roses were around it. I gasped. He looked exactly like Jared Way. Vampire took a video camera. I had said it was okay before. I took off my clothes, then we were in for the ride of our life. We started Frenching as we climbed into the coffin. He put his Spock on my you-know-what, and passively, we did it. I love you, baby. Oh, let me feel you. I need to feel you. He screamed as we got an orgasm. We watched Vampire filmed everything perfectly. Suddenly, what the fuck are you doing? It was Snope and Professor McGoggle. Who's? Oh, yep. End of chapter.
Wow, you made it through that one, in a pretty stoic way, I feel like.
Oh, that caught me. That caught me a bit off guard. I don't know why. I don't know why it did, because we've seen this before. We've done this. We've done this. This isn't our first. This isn't our first rodeo.
Yeah,
But man, just like
true.
every time we get into a sex scene, I kind of have to just, because when I read stuff, I don't know like if you do this as well, but when I read stuff, I tend to imagine the scenes going on in my head, and whenever I read the anything from this text, I have to like I have to pull the I have to like put the brakes on my imagination before I get too far into like everything about the scene, because
Mhm.
frankly it's just like, maybe not something I want in my head right now as I'm reading this. It would be distracting. It would distract my performance, I imagine.
Yeah. No, I think, yeah, solid call there because, like, especially for the line, like, he put his Spock in my you know what? Trying to, visualize that, I think, as it's written could lead to some awkwardness in
Oh.
actually reading the line. But I think that's one of my favorite typos, at least in this chapter. It's just so perfect somehow.
Oh.
And also just the fact that, like, Vampire takes out, like, a video camera and starts filming it, and apparently there's, like, no sense of, like, strangeness about
Yeah,
that. It's just
I
like, "Oh,
love
yeah."
that it's like reassured that they consented to this prior. I love that.
Uh And it even
I had
mentions
said it
that,
was okay.
Vampire filmed everything perfectly, like, she compliments his filming skills.
Yeah, yeah. Like she she finished, and then she went over and then like reviewed the footage, and then went, "Yeah, this is good. Well done. Excellent cinematography, Vampire."
Like, are they planning on selling this or something? Like, what's the deal with this video side?
It was perfect because they're perfect. That's probably, what, like I think
Oh,
that's
okay.
the yeah, I think that might be it.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah. No, certainly.
I feel like I've read 3 chapters that have started and continued and ended the same way.
Yeah. There's the well, anytime there's a sex scene, the way it usually ends is like the teacher's like busting in and kind of like busting it up. So
Yeah.
I guess that's the ending she chose for this chapter, and then um a few other ones. But yeah, she was a big fan of those kinds of endings, it seems.
And then like they kind of get immediately resolved in the next chapter as well.
Mm.
Or maybe they get no, they don't even get resolved in the chapter. They kind of get resolved like off screen, or it's like I guess it's implied in the next chapter that everything's fine again, and you kind of just have to assume that it was resolved.
Yeah. I mean, I guess yeah, but sometimes we just have to use our own imagination for it. But it would be interesting sometimes to know like a little bit more of the detail. But yeah, I agree. She doesn't always give it to us. Sometimes she makes us work for it.
uh,
Well then, shall we move on to
Next
chapter
chapter, let's
29?
do it. Yes.
Okay. So we're back to Janice again
Nice.
for the editors on this one. Okay. So here we go. Chapter 29. Author's note. Shut the fuck up! You're just jealous because you're prep, so fuck you! Raven, you rock girl. Thanks for the help. MCR rocks! 666. Oh my Satan, we screamed as we jumped out of the coffin. Snap, and Professor McGonagall started to shoot at us angrily. Come now! Professor McGonagall yielded. We did guiltily. We left the room, putting on our clothes. Snoop garbed the caramel and put it in his pocket. Hey, what the fuck? Vampire shooted angrily. Yeah, Buster, what the fuck are you going to do with the fucking camera? Draco demanded, all protective, looking at me longly with his gothic red eyes. Look, Dumbledore knows your little secret, and if you do this again, then you will go to St. Mango's. So give back the camera. Ha 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 ha. The mystery of magic thinks he is crazy. There is no way they will believe him. Snoop laughed meanly. Yes, so shut your mouth, you innocent fools, yelled Professor McGonagall. She made us come into a weird room with white stones all around it. There were these weird tools in it. Draco started to cry, all sexy and sexative. Get it? Because he's a sex bomb, lol, Tom Felnott rules for life, but not as much as Gerard. You're sex on legs. I love you. You fucking rock. Marry me. I started to cry tears of blood. It happens in Vampire Chronicles. Raven said, okay, so fuck you. Raven took out a black handkerchief and started to wipe my red eyes. And then he and Snoop both took out guns using magic. They started to shoot each other angrily. None of the ballots got on each other yet. I took out my wand. Crucio, I shouted. Snap started to scram. He dropped the gun, but it was too late. Both of them had run out of ballets. I stopped to curse. Professor McGoogle did a spell so that we were all chained up. She took out a box of tools. Then she said, okay, Cerberus, I'm going to go now. She left. Snap started to laugh evilly. Vampire started to cry. It's okay, Enemy, said Draco. Evergreen will be all right. Remember this video you took of Snake? Snape laughed again. And then he took out some whips.
Ooh.
So I don't know about you, Griff, like in the middle of that, I started losing all track of what was happening and was just like each new sentence was like just trying to figure out what was going on in that sentence.
Do you want to like go back and just do a play-by-play of like, so they jumped out of the coffin.
Okay, yeah.
And then they got caught by the professor, and then they left the room putting their clothes back on. And then Draco was like, hey, what are you going to do to the camera? Wait, who got...
Right,
did somebody... Yeah. Oh, Snape grabbed the camera and put it in his pocket, the one that was used to film the... you know.
The you know what, yeah, okay.
The you know what.
And then, okay, so then, yeah, Draco says that, like, he has blackmail, or at least I think it's, oh yeah, because of Ebony took the video they were making of her, that Snape and Lupin were making of her when they were kind of like spying on her.
Mm.
And so I guess he's trying to use that as blackmail.
Mm.
And then
Who's
apparently
Professor
they start... Professor McGonagall.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
What did she do?
She makes them come into a room with stones, and then Draco starts crying for some reason, and Ebony starts crying. And then Vampire and Snape... Okay, yeah, it looks like Vampire and Snape were the ones who took out guns using magic and started shooting each other. Or shooting at each other, at least. Then, let's see, Professor McGonagall chains them all up. And then
but
leaves.
Is Professor McGonagall like a bad... Is this an antagonist character?
Well, initially, so that's a really good question. Initially, I thought she wasn't, but now it kind of is starting to seem that she is. Because she just tells Snape that she's going to leave now, and then she leaves, and Snape starts to laugh evilly. So yeah, I guess she, at the very least, she's on Snape's side. We could say that.
Okay, yeah, I think I can see it. I was gonna say I think I'm getting it. I'm not ever gonna get it, but like
that was a dense chapter. A lot going on in that one.
Yeah. Ari says, I can't imagine taking out a gun using magic as anything other than them going like, I cast Glock. The Wizard War memes. They do like shoot at each other a lot. I thought there'd be more like, enchanting and casting than there is like gunplay, but there seems to be a lot of that here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any like significance to that, or why the author might have made that choice, or
I
maybe
know there
just
are lots of jokes about how like Harry, if he were given a gun, could have resolved many of the plot points of this, like of throughout
uh,
the series. But yeah, beyond that, I have no idea.
yeah, no, it's a fair point.
Harry Potter and guns. Yeah, that's like the only connection I can make in my head.
Harry Potter Shadow the Hedgehog edition, basically. Ari says. Oh, that's right, because there is that one game where at the beginning, Shadow the Hedgehog has like a shotgun, like he pumps the action, but then he like
Yeah.
loads a clip into it, and it's
Yep.
it's like, oh yeah, this is how Shadow rolls. He's
They made a whole game. It's weird that they made a whole game. That was just that.
which, if I'm not mistaken, didn't that come out around the same time My Immortal was written? Maybe it was just
Yes.
like part of the atmosphere, like the ambient edginess,
I
2006 era
think you're right,
edginess.
yeah. Shadow the Hedgehog game. That was 2005. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this was, you know what? Like this might have been like an inspiration for the author, like Shadow the Hedgehog. That might have informed the writing here.
Especially because Shadow kind of looks like way more gothic than Sonic, so
I
you
mean,
never know.
red and black. I mean, like what?
He's
What's
basically
not
like a Hot
gothic about
Topic.
him? He is like a
And
character that
yeah.
belongs in this story.
Maybe he'll turn up at some point. Who knows?
Oh,
Just hope Ebony doesn't have to seduce him too.
oh, I'm eager. I'm eager to find out what happens next. All right, chapter 30. I'm gonna get a drink of water first. Hang on.
Oh yeah, good call. I think I might do that as well.
Author's note. Stop flaming the story, okay? You don't know what's even gonna happen, okay? So fuck you. If you flame, you will be a prep. So all flamers can kiss my ass. Saws for saying Alzheimer's is dangerous, but that's the mystery's opinion because society basically sucks. Thanks to Raven, you rock, bitch. No! We screamed sadly. Snape started loafing meanly. He took out a camera angrily. Then he came towards Darko. He took some stones out of his pocket. He put the stones around Draco and lit a candle. What the fuck are you doing? I shouted angrily. Snoop laughed meanly. He pulled down his pants. I gasped. There was a dark mark on his you-know-what. Sorry. He waved his wand and a knife came. He gave the knife to me. You must stab vampire. He said to me, if you don't, then I'll rap Draco. No, you fucking bastard, I yielded. But then Draco looked at me sadly with his evil gothic red eyes that looked so depressing and sexy. He looked exactly like a pentagram. Lol, get it, because I'm a Satanist. Between Kurt Cobain and Gerard. But then I looked at Vampire, and he looked so smexy too, with his gothic black hair. I thought of the time when we screwed, and the time I did with Draco, and Dumbledore came, and the time where Draco almost committed suicide, and Vampire was so supportive. Snipe laughed angrily. He started to pray to Voldemort. He started to do an incapacitation dancing around the Stokes, whipping Draco and Vampire. Suddenly, an idea I had. I closed my eyes and used my vampire powers. I sent a telepathic message to Draco and Vampire so they would distract Snape. Dumbledore would get you, Draco shouted. You just wait until the mystery find out, Vampire yelled. Meanwhile, I took out my wand. You ridiculous donderhead, Snoop yielded. He took off all of Draco's clothes, just as he was about to rape him. Crozio, I shitted, pointing my wound. Snoop screamed and started running around the room screaming. Meanwhile, I grabbed my Blackmobile and sent a text to Sirius. I stopped doing Crucio. You dunderhead, I'm going to kill. Shoot it, Snape, but suddenly Severus came. Snake put the whip behind his back. Oh, hello, Sev. I was just teaching them something. He lied, but suddenly Lucian and Professor Trevelry came into the room. They and Sirius unlocked the chains and put them around Snape. Then Professor Trevelry said, "Come on, Ebony, let's go." End of chapter.
Ooh. So the tables
Okay.
have turned in this one.
Yeah. The good guys are winning, I think. Right? Is that what's going on?
Well, at least the chains are around Snape at the end, and Ebony and Draco and Vampire are free now. So
I have to say, I
okay,
didn't expect the dark mark on his you know what.
yeah, or that it would be misspelled the dork mark. That's another one of those really good typos, I feel like. But yeah, that part, it caught me by surprise too. Um, I'm not sure I even fully remember what the dark mark is in the books beyond just
Is that a thing?
maybe like
I gotta look
it
this
is
up right
from the
now.
books, I'm pretty sure. I think it means maybe like if you have that symbol on you, like you're affiliated with Voldemort somehow. That's my best guess anyway.
The dark mark was the symbol of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. It refers both to a magically induced brand that every Death Eater bore on his or her inner left forearm, and to the same symbol summoned in the sky by the spell Mors Mordre. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this is like a
I guess we
canonical thing, not the fact that it's on his you know what.
Yeah, I don't remember that from the Harry Potter books, but yeah, I think that what was I gonna say? So yeah, like now we know for sure if there was any doubt before that Snape is definitely with Voldemort in this one.
Let me die says the dark mark might be cancer. All right, reminder for all the for all the guys out there. Okay, make sure you check for testicular cancer every few months. Just just remember to do that. Okay, make sure no lumps, nothing suspicious there that's going on. It's a health checkup. Okay, just your monthly reminder. Thank you, courtesy to Snape for reminding me.
Yeah. Always check for
Next
dark marks.
chapter. Yep, check for dark marks as well, just in case, You never know. You never know. Okay, next
So,
chapter.
Chapter 31, Janice again. Okay. Here we go. Author's note. I said, shut the fuck up, you queefs! Stop calling Ebony a Mary Sue, okay? Do not even know what's going to happen, okay? So fuck you! Thanks to my BFF Raven for the help. I always knew you were on Voldemort's side, you son of a bitka! Buffy rocks! Sirius said to Snape. No, I'm not. I was teaching him something, Snap clammed. Oh, fucking yeah? I took some black Voldemort serum out of my pocket and gave it to Cerberus. He made Snap drink it. He did angrily. Then Lucius took out a tape recorder and started playing it while he did curses on Snape. Then Professor Sinister and Lucien made us get out with them while Snape told his secrets. Lucien took Vampire and Draco to the nurse after thanking me a million times. Professor Trevelry took me to a dark room. Now I was going to go back in time to seduce Voldemort. Moving posters of MCR and Ravana were all over. Hermione, Darkness, and Willow came too. Bloody Mary gave me a black bag from Tom Ridd's store. What's in the bag? I asked Professor Trevelry. You will see, she said. I opened the bag. In it was a sexy, tight, low-smut black leather gothic dress. It had red corset stuff, and there was a silt up the leg. I put it on. My friends helped me put on black fishnets and black pointy boots Willow had chosen. Willow in darkness helped me put on black eyeliner and blood red lipstick. You look fucking kawaii, bitch, Bloody Mary said. Thanks, I said. Okay, now you're going to go back in time, said Professor Sinister. You will have to do it in a few sessions. She gave me a black gun. I put it in a strap on my fishnets, like in Resident Evil. Then she gave me a black time tuner. After an hour, used a time tuner to get back here, Professor Trevalry said. Then she and Bloody Mary put a pensive in front of me. Everyone went in front of it. Good luck, everyone shouted. Darkness and Willow gave me Death's Touch Sin. Then I jumped sexily into the pensive. Suddenly, I was in front of the school. In front of me was one of the sexiest goth guys I had ever seen. He was wearing long black hair, kind of like Mikey Way, only black. He had green eyes like Billy Joe Armstrong and pale white skin. He was wearing a black ripped-up suit with Vans. It was Tom Bombadil. End of chapter. I don't know who Tom Bombadil is, but
Lord of the Rings? What?
I guess so.
What? Hold on, I'm looking this up. Tom Bomb.
Was he like a hobbit or something?
Appears in The Lord of the Rings. Hold on. He first appeared in print in a 1934 poem called The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. Okay, but where was he? They were not then explicitly part of the older legends that became the Silmarillion and are not mentioned in The Hobbit. Best known for his appearance as a supporting character in the novel. Okay. What does he do? In the first volume, The Fellowship of the Ring, Frodo Baggins and company meet Bombadil in the Old Forest. The idea for this meeting and the appearances of Old Man Willow and the Barrow Wight can be found in some of Tolkien's earlier notes for a sequel to The Hobbit. Bombadil is mentioned but not seen near the end of Return of the King, where Gandalf plans to pay him a long visit. Tom Bombadil has been omitted in radio adaptations, the animated film, and Peter Jackson's film trilogy as non-essential to the story.
Well, since he's appearing in this story in this way, it makes me think he was probably like a pretty hot guy for him to be mentioned in this way. At least that's how I'm imagining him.
That's not quite the way. That's not how I'm gonna put like an image of him up on the screen now. Tom Bombadil. I'm saving this on my desktop. Okay. You need to see this because like this is a shift. We're going into the multiverse. What is happening?
So I see some people in the chat are saying I wouldn't say, so I'm going to be real with you. Wait, you mean to tell me the author of my Immortal is describing this character in a way that does not match what the character actually looks like? I don't know if I can handle this.
This is what Tom Bombadil looks like. Apparently, I put it up on stream. Now.
Oh yeah, no, that is peak male form right there. That is perfection. That beard though, like that is an impressive looking beard.
He's also notably married. Oh, I love that. That's the detail. That's the detail we need for this.
Yeah, looks like I'd hang out with him. You know, looks like a pretty jolly guy.
He's, you know what? I like him. I just can't see him as like, you know, in the costume that's been described for him right now. Like what was he wearing? He was wearing long black hair. He had green eyes and pale white skin, which Seems to be a recurring pattern because of the vampirism. And he was wearing a black ripped up suit with Vans.
And is also described as one of the sexiest goth guys she's ever seen.
Interesting.
Yeah. Maybe he decided to like take on a new look, before this story.
Yeah. I can see that.
This is like
reinvent
his
oneself.
midlife crisis look. Yeah.
This is like an alternative like timeline. I mean, after all, we are in the sacred place of fan fiction where anything could happen, including these sudden crossover episodes. Yeah, I could see it.
Very true.
It's a collab between Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, like how, this stream is a collab between Charis Euphranor and Axion, isn't that right? Like the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Oh.
Maybe we will get Shadow the Hedgehog coming up. Who knows?
Yeah, I did now. At first, I was joking, but now I actually think we might get Shadow the Hedgehog. We might see Shadow the Hedgehog in this. I want to see Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh. Oh. All right, okay, chapter 22, let's do it.
All right.
Oh. Author's note. I said, stop flaming. No, not his name isn't Tom Bodil. That was a mistake. If you don't like the story, then you can go screw yourself. You suck. Chapter 32. Hi, I said flirtily. I'm Enemy Wade, the new student. I shook my pale hands with their black nail polish with him. The name's Tom. He said, but you can call me Satan. That's my middle name. We shook hands. Well, come on, we have to go upstairs. Satan said, sorry, that's what he said. I followed him. Hey, Satan, do you happen to be a fan of Green Day? Since My Chemical Romance and Evanescence didn't exist yet then, I asked. Oh my fucking god, how did you know? Satan gasped. Actually, I like GC a lot too. Get it? Because GC did that song, I Just Want to Live, that's like sounded really 80s. Oh my god, me too, I replied happily. Guess what? They have a concert in Hogsmeade. Satan whispered. Hogsmeade? I asked. Yeah, that's where they used to call it in these time before it became Hogsmeade in 2000. He told me all secretively. And there's a really cool shop called Topic! I finished, happy again. He frowned confusedly. No, it's called Hot Issue. Hot Issue. He smiled scurtily again. Then in 1998, they changed it to Hot Topic, he moaned. Oh, now everything was making sense for me. So is Dumbledore your principal? I shouted. Uh-huh. He looked at his black nails. I'm in Slytherin. OMFG, same too, I shrieked. You go to this school? Get it because I'm Gothic? He asked. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm new, I smiled happily. Suddenly, Dumbledore flew in his broomstick and started shredding at us angrily. No talking in the halls! He had a short blonde hair and was wearing a polo shirt from American Eagle Outfitters. Stupid Goths. Satan rolled his eyes. He's so mean to us Goths and punks just because we're in Slytherin and we're not preps. I turned around angrily. Actually, I think maybe it's because you're the Bark Lord. What the fuck? He asked angrily. Oh, nothing, I said sweetly. Then suddenly, the floor opened. OMFG, no! As I screamed as I fell down. Everyone looked at me weirdly. Hey, where are you going? Satan asked as I fell. I got out of the hole, and it was back at the pensive in Professor Trevelyan's classroom. Dumbledore was there. Dumbledore, I think I just met you, I said. Oh yeah, I remember that. Dumbledore said, trying to be all gothic. Sinister came in. Hey, this is my classroom. Wait, what the fuck? Enemy, what the hell are you doing? I looked at her. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What the hell? How? I screamed, forgetting she was a teacher for a second, but she's a goth, so it's okay. Professor Sinister looked sad. I was drinking Voldemort serum. She started to cry black tears of depression. Dumbledore didn't know about them. Hey, are you crying tears of blood? He asked curiously, touching a tear. Fuck off, we both said, and Dumbledore took his hand away. Professor Sinister started crying again in her chair, sobbing limpid tears. OMFG enemy, I think I'm addicted to Voldemort serum. Author's note, see fucking preps, go fuck yourself. That's serious issues too, now go to hell. End of chapter.
So yeah, this one, even though I wasn't reading it along, near the end it started to become a little bit difficult to follow. But I guess I should just start by asking you, Charis, do you know what Voldemort serum is? Like what that's supposed to be?
Honestly, I was hoping you would know. What is... Oh, there's a codex. So there's a codex. We can like click onto the highlight.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. That's all there is. Okay. There's no image. There's no associated image, but reference. It's an addictive substance. Total occurrence is 6. It first appears in chapter 32. This is the first chapter this appears in.
So I guess we don't know anything about it other than just it's an addictive substance.
I think it appeared... No, I think it appeared prior to that, right?
Yeah, I do. It sounds familiar. Like they make Snape drink it, right?
Yeah. I think. I remember reading Voldemort serum somewhere, but I don't remember where and when.
Yeah, it's in chapter 31, near the start of the third paragraph.
Yeah, Voldemort serum, yeah. Oh, it's interesting because
Veritaserum.
Oh. So this is, I think, like a bit of an editing continuity error. This actually first appears in 31, maybe.
Oh.
Right? But they
Janice,
thought,
this
is just Veritaserum, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Jacob's got this unlocked. Jacob's like, this is actually like a whole thing. This is actually like a new thing that this is a new concept we're moving forward with. I think like Jacob logged that in because this is like a combined work. So maybe that's like, so what's interesting is as we're reading the text as all, we can kind of see the disagreements in the way it's read and the way the text is interpreted by the various editors that have come afterwards, and the disagreements on like whether or not the intended version of like the intention was to create, to like write this new thing, or to just spell Veritaserum. Interesting.
It does admit of multiple interpretations, so I can see how that would happen.
So you know what? That's like that happens too in academia, doesn't it? Like that happens among academics who disagree on some things.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this text, it's kind of like, translating Kant in a way, or, or Hegel, or so somebody whose text, has multiple readings, and it's intractable to find, one that is authoritative. So, but I guess on a more general level, it sounds like in this chapter, she goes back and meets Voldemort, who I guess is called Satan at that time, and
Tom Satan.
Oh, right. Okay.
His name is indeed. Tom Satan, I think. No, Satan's his nickname.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, Tom Satan Bombadil.
I forgot about the Bombadil. Yeah, you're right. And Satan's his middle name, I guess. Okay, yeah, that's right. And then she, I guess, gets sort of beamed back to the present.
No, I think she... Wait, does she get beamed? Wait. Where does she get... When does she get beamed again? Sorry?
It kind of in the middle, like the floor opened, and then it says... yeah, she's back in Professor Trevelyan's classroom.
Yeah.
Dumbledore's there. But then there's this weird side plot about Professor Sinister having this like addiction that just kind of comes out of nowhere. And I guess the last part of the chapter is kind of focused on that.
I see. That's a good catch, because I didn't quite catch that she traveled back in time. I thought she just like kind of fell and then got back up, but like they were still in the past. And then when Professor Sinister recognized her, I thought it was because of like time travel shenanigans. That like,
Oh.
despite being out of time or like in the past, that Professor Sinister like saw Ebony and was like, "Oh yeah, I know you. I sent you on a mission all those years in the future."
Mhm.
um,
Yeah, no,
hmm.
it's easy to miss with some of these lines, but
So
who knows?
yeah, so
Perhaps she'll be going
she's
back there in a minute.
she's addicted now to Voldemort serum.
Oh
Any
no.
theories on what that is?
Um, well, the fact that it's called Voldemort serum makes me think it must have some connection to Voldemort. Like maybe he's the one who makes it, or maybe like he's the one who like sells it, or like gets people addicted to it because it's like evil and he's evil, so like he likes doing evil things. That's all I got really for theories on.
My theory is like it's his blood, because like this
Oh,
the
yeah,
theme throughout this series is like vampirism, right? So maybe like the
yeah.
twist is Voldemort is himself a vampire, maybe, or is he already a vampire? And in which case, like his blood, because like vampires when they feed their blood to non-vampires, transform them. I think is that how the mythos goes.
Yeah, that's at least there's a scene in the original Dracula where that takes place. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Lynn asks, "We have a new character named Satan, and why is that his middle name?" This is Tom Satan Bombadil. Where's his name?
Yeah. Really
From
solid
like
job, by
the
the way,
Lord of the
remembering the
Rings.
characters' names.
Yeah, thank you. From
Like,
Lord of
half
the
of these
Rings, because this
characters,
is a
I forget
crossover
them as
now.
soon as
I
yeah.
do too, man. Every time I
Well then,
see
shall we
Get It, I think of Reddit as well. This is not the first time she's written
Oh!
Get It.
It does look like that. I didn't even think of that, but you're right. Uh,
All
the
right.
part where it says, like, there's a really cool shop called Hot, and then Topic, I finished happy like, the reading on that part was absolutely peak, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty big. Yes, yes. The subversion of the expectation, like she played on the trope of like finishing each other's sentences, right? And kind of like demonstrated how the protagonist is not a Mary Sue because she's not instantly able to, woo the new hot
Oh.
goth boy,
Mhm.
right? She thought she had it all. She thought she could like finish his sentences, but little did she know she was actually like out of her element, right?
Right, and that also sets up the stage for the next part, which is where he kinda seems to be in on the time travel in a way, like, he says, like, "No, it's called Hot Issue." Then in 1998, they change it to
Oh
Hot Topic, like, how does he
yeah.
know this?
Oh,
Uh
how does he know?
And same thing with Hogsmeade, like, being called Hogsmeade, like, it before it became Hogsmeade in 2000. So, there's a lot of really weird stuff with the time travel going on in this chapter.
Hmm. Let Me Die says, when vampires feed blood to people, they become ghouls, essentially slaves for vampires through addiction from their blood. So that's probably what's happening.
Oh.
And maybe Professor Sinister is a bad person because she's turned into like a ghoul?
Mhm. Could be, or
Man,
at
I
least
don't
she's,
know.
like, starting the process of turning into one.
Yeah. When I say bad person, I mean antagonist, but like I'm really trying to get it together. Just to like make sense at all. Like make sense of it all. Or it's Voldemort's bathwater. I don't even. Why did you put that image in my mind? Okay, whatever.
Very nice theory, Ari.
I'm ignoring that. All right, let's continue. Chapter 33. Oh.
Okay, yeah. So, chapter 33, here we go, author's note. I said, shut up. It's not my fault, okay? If you don't like this story, then you're a prep. So fuck you, flamers. P.S. I'm not updating until you give me 5 good reviews. And this time I mean it. You suck. Thanks, Raven, for the help. I'll promise to help your story, lols. Oh my fucking god. I shooted, sadly. Should we get you to St. Manga's, bitch? Hell no, she said. Listen, Eguji, I need her help. Next time you go back in time, do you think you could ask Tom Anderson for some help? Sure, I said sadly. I went outside the door. Draco was there. He was wearing a big black GC t-shirt, which was his pajamas. Hey, sexy, I said. How'd it go, Enobi? he asked in his voice, which was so sexy and low, kind of like Gerard Way when he's talking. Fine, I responded. We started to go back into the dorm. How far did you go with Satan? Draco asked jealously. Not too far, lol, I borked. Will you have to do it with him? Draco asked angstily. I hope not too far, I shouted angrily. Then I felt bad for shooting at him. I said sorry. We Frenched. What? What happened to Snipe? I growled. You will see. Draco giggled mistressly. He opened a door. Snape and Lumpkin was there. Sirius was pokering them by staging them with a black knife. No, please, Lumpkin begged as Sirius started to suck his blood. I laughed statistically. I took some photons of him and Snap being torqued. Okay, I know this is mean, but think about it. People, they are pedos, and Snape tried to rap them. And anyway, sad as rock, has anyone seen Shrek Attack 3? Lols. We took some of Snape's blood, and then Draco and I went back to our rooms. We sat on my gothic black coffin. My clothes were kind of dirty, so I put on a black leather outfit thingy, kind of like the one Swadeline has in Underworld. If you haven't heard of it, then fuck you! I put on some black platform high heels. Darko put on Desolation Livers by MCR. And we started to take off each other's clothes. I took off his shit, and he had a six-pack, lols. We started to make out like in The Grudge. He put his wetness in my you-know-what sexily. I got an orgy. Oh, Draco. Oh, me fucking good, Draco. I screamed passively as he got an erection. I love you, Tabori, he whispered sexily. And then we fell asleep. Lol. Chapter end. That's this one was extra hard, I feel like. It really gave me a workout.
Tabori, that threw me off. The capitalization in the middle of that.
Right.
Oh, I think it's like I love you too, Ebony is what it's. What I'm highlighting.
Wait, which part is this?
The last sentence, or the last line.
Oh,
in the
I see. Yeah,
chapter. It says intended
maybe
as
it's like a
Ebony, but
mix.
maybe.
It could be a mix of Terra and Ebony, maybe.
Oh, I didn't even think that. Oh, maybe. Mm-hmm.
And then, oh, I see. Swaline was supposed to be Cillian. Okay, yeah, some of these words I didn't even recognize what they were supposed to be as I was reading them.
What is like Underworld? What is that?
I think it was like a movie that came out around this time that involved like vampires or I'm trying to think of who was starring in it. I never saw it, but it sounds vaguely familiar as like a movie that somebody who was into goth stuff would be into around this time.
You are completely correct. Action horror film series created by Kevin Greville, Len Wiseman, and Danny McBride. It spans 2003 to present. Huh.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Kate Beckinsale and yeah, okay.
The series received generally negative reviews from critics, but amassed a strong fan following and grossed a total of $539 million.
Oh, wow.
Against a combined budget of $207 million. How have I never heard of this?
I like to think that all of the views and ticket sales came from this one person, the author of this text.
Yeah, I could see it. Or maybe it came from, fans that had, that would eventually discover Underworld through My Immortal.
Oh, right. Yep.
We must not underestimate the cultural significance of the text that we're currently perusing, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think the author's defiance inspired many readers. But no, yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, I don't know if like I really have a lot to say about this chapter. Like we see
Nothing like, yeah, it
Draco.
was just a big sex scene. That's all it was.
Yeah.
And we have those like every chapter, so this one chapter is just like, this feels like a filler episode. This is like the beach episode. This is like the anime beach episode.
Oh, that is a fantastic parallel, actually. Yeah. We do see Draco getting a little bit jealous, but then that kind of resolves quickly, and then yeah, there's the sex scene that just kind of glosses over it, and so
Yeah.
yeah, in the end, I think very much a filler chapter.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's just jump right into the next one then.
All right.
Chapter 34. Author's note. Shut the fuck up, preps. Have you even read the story? You're probably all just preps and posers, so fuck you. Thanks to Raven for the help. I woke up in the coffin the next day. Draco was gone. I got up and put on a black tight sexy dress that was all ripped at the end. There was red corset stuff going up at the front and the back, and it came up to my knees. There was a slit in the dress, and like in Mr. and Miss Smith, I put on ripped black fishnets and black Stilton boots. Suddenly, Sirius cocked on the door. I opened it. Hi, Ebony. He said, "Guess what you have to come to Professor Sinister's office." Okay, I said in a depressed voice. I'd wanted to fuck Draco or maybe listen to MCR or Evanescence. I came anyway. So what the fuck happened to Snipe and Lupin? I asked Sirius flirtily. I fucking tortured them. He answered in a statistic way. They are an Abkhazian now. Lol. I laughed evilly. Where are Draco and Vampira? I muttered. They're excused from school today. Sodomize. Sodomize moans sexily. Right now, they're watching The Nightmare Before Christmas. We went into the office. Professor Sinister was there. She was wearing a gothic black dress. It was all ripped all over it, kind of like the one Amy Lee wears in this pic. She was drinking some Volks and more serum. She took out the pensive and the time turner. Annabelle, you will have to do another session soon. Now. Also, I need you to get me the cure for being addicted. She said sadly. Good luck. Thanks. And then I jumped into the Pensive again. Suddenly I looked around. I was in the great hall eating Count Chorkula. It was morning. I was sitting next to Satan. On a table was a tall gothic man with long black hair, pale skin, and blue eyes wearing a suit and black Converse shoes. He looked just like Marilyn Manson. I noticed he was drinking a portent. Who's he? I asked. Oh, that's Professor Slutborn. Satan said, he's the portent's teacher. Ebony? Yeah, I asked. Did you know that Marilyn Mason is playing in Hogsmeade tonight? And they're showing The Exercise at the movies before that. Yeah? Well, want to go to the concert and the movie with me? End of chapter. Okay.
So the plot heats up in this one.
Yep. We're going on a date again. This time with Satan, Tom, Bombadil. Can you, like, I don't know, just like look, I'm pulling the image up again. Look at this man. How do you look at this man and think Satan? Maybe, I don't know, whatever. Okay.
It really speaks to the author's powers of creative reinvention, you know,
It's definitely
or imaginative capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an interpretation. It's interesting.
I gotta say, the name Professor Slutborn is super interesting, and I don't know if it's supposed to be an analog to anyone in the actual Harry Potter books, but you know what it makes me think of? I don't know if you've ever played Magic: The Gathering at all, but it makes me feel like something that would be on a Magic card, you know, like especially with black mana. Like
Professor Slutborn.
Yeah.
Yes, I could see it.
like
I don't play
dark
Magic, but my friends play Magic, and I've seen the. Yep.
Okay.
You're right. Apparently, the canon counterpart is Horace Slughorn,
Oh, Slughorn. Oh, how.
former potions professor and head of Slytherin House, who returns to teaching for Harry's 6th year, portrayed by Jim Broadbent in the film adaptations of Half-Blood Prince and Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Mhm,
Oh, okay. Yep.
mhm. But okay, so Slughorn, that makes sense. I gotta say though, I think I prefer Slutborn. It just sounds more dramatic.
Honestly, same. I love the name Slutborn, actually.
Mm. It's-
Professor Slutborn. That's so the name it's such a striking name.
I think part of it is that, especially if we're just like putting ourselves in the world of the story, there's you could easily imagine like maybe this character's mother like was in fact a prostitute, and that's something that people used to make fun of him for it, but then like he decided to just claim it, and like not be afraid and just start
Mm.
calling himself Professor Slutborn, and like amassed a lot of power, and now like everyone fears that name. Like that's the vibe that I get from it.
Interesting. Interesting. I was thinking like less of like though I love that interpretation. I feel like that's my headcanon now too. For this character. I just kind of like phonetically it just kind of feels more powerful, the word slutborn, than like slughorn,
Mm-hmm.
you know? I don't know.
Because yeah, like it's with Slughorn, like you just think of a slug and like they're not really that powerful.
Yeah, yeah.
But with Slutborn, there actually is a magic card, a black one, black mana, called Grimgrin Corpseborn. He's a legendary
Oh.
creature, and that is, I guess that maybe that's what this one makes me think of, is that one. Are you going to look it up right now?
I'm looking up right now.
Okay. Um, yeah,
Yes.
it'll probably show up for that.
Yes, yes,
Okay, I
yes.
think I see it there in the image.
Mm.
Yep.
Sorry, I need to
Yeah, there
like.
he is.
Yep. Enters the battlefield tapped and doesn't untap during. Okay, let's come back to the let's come let's go to the pick. Yep. I can certainly see this as a magic card. I'm fully convinced now. You've convinced me. And you know what? Our main character Ebony has been convinced to go to the concert and movie with him, Tom Bombadil. Let's find out
That's
what
right.
happens next.
Ooh, in chapter 35, another specially titled chapter, Ghost of You.
Ooh.
So, okay, gonna prep myself. Okay, chapter 35. Author's note. Thanks to Susie for the idea. You rock. Fuck off, preps. Thanks to Raven for the help. You rock, girl. P.S. I'm going to end the story really soon, so fuck you. Oh, yeah, and if you know any Gothic names, please tell me, because I need one for serious. Thanks. I went into the conman room, thinking of Satan. Suddenly, I gasped. Draco was there. I grasped. He looked as hot as Ava, wearing black leather pants, a black Lonkin Prack t-shirt, and black eyeliner. Draco, what the fuck are you doing? I gasped. Huh? He asked. Then I remembered. It wasn't Draco. It was Lucan. Lucian. He still had 2 arms. Oh, hi, Lucian, I said. I'm Ebony, the new student. Lol, we shook hands. Yeah, Satan told me about you, Lucian said. He pointed to a group of sexy Gothic guys. They were sitting in a corner cutting. It was Sirius, Vampire's dad, and Snape. All of them were wearing black eyeliner and black Good Charlotte band shirts. Listen, I'm in a goth band with those guys, he said. We're playing tonight at the Marilyn Manson show as backup. Oh, really? I asked. Yeah, he said. We're called X Black X Tier X. I played the gutter. Spartacus plays the drums, he said, pointing to him. Snap plays the boss. and James plays the guitar. To even foe, we call him Samaro after Samara in the ring. Hey, bastards, I told them. They gave me Death's Touch Sin. Suddenly, I gasped again. Don't you have a lead singer? I asked. Lucian looked down sadly. We used to, but she did. She attempted suicide by silting her wrists. Oh my fucking god, that's so fucking sad, I gasped. It's okay, but we need a new lead snigger, Tomorrow said. Well, I said I'm in a band myself. Really? Asked Snap. I couldn't believe it. He used to be Gothic. Yeah, we're called Bloody Gothic Row 666. Do you want to hear me sing? Yeah, said everyone. So the guys took out their guitars. They began to play a song by, get it? Because black guys are so sexy. Gurnday. I walked this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams. I sang sexily. I do not own the lyrics to that song. Everyone gasped. In upbeat, will you join the band? Please, begged Lucian, Samoro, Sirius, and Snap. Okay, I shrugged. Are we going to play tonight? Yeah, they said. Okay, I said, but I knew that I had to get a new outfit. I walked outside wondering how I could go forward in time. Suddenly, someone jumped in front of me. It was Morty McFly. He was wearing a black bad t-shirt and black baggy jeans. What the hell are you doing here? I asked. I will help you go forward in time, MNB, he said seriously. Then he took out a black time machine. I went into it, and suddenly I was forward in time. End chapter.
When you got to the Morty McFly, I did like the like in real life. I did the ice show. There's like a GIF of like ice show speed or like an awards show or something, where he's just he's gasping at something. He's got like his hands up in his head, like pulling his hair out, and like just his eyes are bulging out, and his like mouth is just open. That was me just now. When you got to the Morty, I was like, Morty McFly, what? We are gonna get Shadow the Hedgehog. We are gonna get Shadow the Hedgehog in this fiction. Please, I want to see Shadow
becoming more
the
likely
Hedgehog.
by the second. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I gotta say, I was not expecting that when I first read this chapter that it would take this sort of detour through the music, like her joining the band. That was something just kind of new and kind of different.
God, I don't know what to like, because on the one hand, it comes out of nowhere, like the whole she kind of suddenly joins a band, but on the other hand, it makes perfect sense. Do you know what I mean? Like I can just see it happening. That required very minimal imagination.
Yep, and also like she seems to kind of have like forgotten her mission, which was like to seduce Tom, Satan, Bombadil. Now she's sort of joined this band.
I mean, maybe it's part of it though, right? Because Tom is part. Is Tom in the band? Tom is in the band, right?
Oh,
or is Tom like watching the band? Hold on, where is he?
Well, either way, I guess if Tom is like into the music, then maybe if she joins the band, that could make him more attracted to her. That's conceivable.
This is the hardest reading comprehension test I've ever been beholden to. Question: is Tom part of the band? Sirius, Vampires, that, and Snape. Those three are the ones in the band, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Tom's in it because, like, he's saying that Lucian, I guess, plays the guitar, it looks like, and then Spartacus, who's, I guess, supposed to be James Potter, plays the drums, and then Snape plays bass. Yeah, I don't see Tom mentioned anywhere, so maybe Tom's just kind of listening to it, But if she like sings, especially like if she sings a song to him, maybe that's going to be like a key element of the seduction. I guess
We'll
we shall
see,
have
I
to see.
think. Oof. I just said it on, and then I haven't started reading it, but I saw the word. I saw the name Socrates. I'm like, yo.
Oh, well, this is going to be the perfect chapter then.
That's beautiful. This really is like the Avengers Endgame like portal opening scene. This is like it was probably a typo. Damn it. Oh well. Okay. Chapter 36. Author's note. I said stop flaming, okay? I bet you're all probably old, 70 years old. P.S. Porter says you're prep. One, oh yeah, and thanks to Raven for the help. Have fun in England, girl. I looked around in a I looked around in a depressed way. Suddenly, I saw Professor Sinister, Bloody Mary, Socrates, Draco, Vampire, and Willow were there too. OMFG serious. I saw you and Samaro and Snipe and everything. Everyone. I can't believe Snap used to be gothic. Yeah, I know. Sirius said sadly. Oh, hey there, bitch. Professor Trevorley said in an emo voice, drinking some Volksmore to serum. Hi, fucker, I said. Listen, Satan asked me out to a gothic concert and a movie, so I need a sexy new outfit for the date. Also, I'm playing in a gothic band, so I need an outfit for that too. Oh my Satan. Get it, lols, because she's gothic. Gasp, Bloody Mary. Want to go to Hot Topic to shop for your outfit? Oh, MFS, let's have a group cutting session, said Professor Trevelry. I can't fucking wait for that, but we need to get to some stuff first, said Willow. Yeah, we need some potions for Professor Trevelry so she won't be addicted to Voldemort serum anymore, and also, some love potions for Ennaby, Darko said resultantly. Well, we have potions class now, Willow said, so let's go. We went sexily to potions class, but Snape wasn't there. Instead, there was Cornelio, fuck! Hey, where the fuck is Dumbledore? Draco shouted angrily. Shut the fuck up, shooted Cornelia, fuck. He's in Azkaban now, Azkaban now, with Snape and Lupin. He is old and weak, he has cancer. Now do your work. My friends and I talked angrily. Can you believe Snape used to be gothic? Vampire asked surprisingly. Sorry, let me do that again. Can you believe Snape used to be gothic? Vampire asked surprisingly. That's it. Cornelia fucked shooted angrily. I'm getting Professor Bridge. He stomped out angrily. My friends and I began talking again. I began to drink some blood, make some beer. Suddenly, I saw Hargrid in the cupboard. What the fuck is he doing? I asked. Then I looked at Draco. He was wearing tons of eyeliner, and he looked sexier than ever. Suddenly, Hargrid, what the fuck are you doing? He shooted. I looked around. Hargrid was putting something in my glass of blood. Draco's vampire started to beat him up sexily. God, you're such a poser. I shouted at Hargrid. Suddenly, I looked at what he was putting in the blood. It was amnesia potion. End of chapter. Oh
Wow.
my god, the plot really is thickening. They're spiking.
I'd forgotten Hagrid was a character.
Yeah, and he's back now. He's like,
Yeah.
Was he a good guy?
I really don't know. Earlier, I think he was maybe kind of because like it calls him a poser here, and if I remember correctly, it was kind of a similar evaluation earlier. He was like one of the posers, but that's all I remember. If that's even true.
I don't know either.
But oh yeah, we know that he was one of the ones who kind of fell in love with Ebony earlier because she was like complaining about how everyone was falling in love with her, and I think she mentioned Hagrid in that part.
I'm like looking at the codex now. There's some there's some lines of dialogue from the earlier chapters. I may be a Hogwarts student, but I'm also a Satanist. That's something he says, so I'm guessing that's cool.
Oh, right.
Because that's like being a Satanist is a cool thing here, right? I saved your life, he says. I don't remember these lines. What? Okay. Okay, so he's like
I
a
mean, I guess
recurring
he definitely
character.
wasn't. Yeah, wasn't one of the major characters.
Hmm. But he is recurring, and we can't rule him out of the story quite yet, as we've seen here. He almost spiked the protagonist's drink. That's crazy. Whoa. With amnesia
Yeah.
potion?
So I guess now we know he's not one of the good guys, apparently.
Yeah. Thankfully, Draco and Vampire beat him up sexily. I was gonna ask like how one does that, and I was like, hold on, there's like a game that I like where that's the whole theme. It's Bayonetta. That's the game I was thinking of. Yep.
Oh.
Beating people up sexually. That's real. That's a thing you can do. That's a thing one can do.
Mhm. No, I didn't even think of Bayonetta in that connection, but you're right. I mean, I haven't played the games, but like I know what it is, and that makes a lot of sense actually.
I'm just thinking like I'm just imagining how Draco and Vampire are like doing that, and that's like I'm just inserting them into all the Bayonetta cutscenes I can remember and conjure up in my brain right now.
Mhm. Well, I mean, it fits because like doesn't Bayonetta usually wear kind of like dark, like gothic type stuff anyway?
I don't know. I wouldn't say gothic, but she's a bit alt. I think I do not have the
Okay, but
vocabulary
alt.
for this. Someone else needs to help me, please. I'm a 60-year-old man. You and I are both. We're the least qualified people to talk goth. We are too prep for this, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the best that I can imagine of like someone beating someone else up sexually is if they do it in a way that is really controlled and really precise, and like they have just supreme body control, they know exactly what to do to like beat them up most effectively. I think that maybe that is part of it. Because like if
Mm, mm,
competence is sexy, then maybe that I guess, and if power is
mm,
sexy, at least for like maybe a teen girl who's attracted to guys and is sort of in love with like both Draco and Vampire, maybe
mm.
that is I guess that's how I imagine it sort of.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Hmm.
Zero Striker says, "Can't believe you're the preps flaming her."
No, that I would never
True.
flame. I would not flame this. I would not have if I hung around the fanfic fandoms around that time. I would have probably like egged her on, ironically, but then I would have secretly wanted it to continue anyways.
Mhm. So
Okay, chapter
let's see.
37. Let's do it.
It's 37. Okay. Um, all right. Okay, yeah, about the same length. Oh, another one from Jacob. So
Hmm.
those who were saying Team Jacob in the chat earlier, I guess this is going to be like your moment. Not to bring another franchise in, but anyway, chapter 37, author's note. Okay, everybody, I'm going on vacation on the 1st of July. So I'm either going to end a fic or update it in weeks. Thanks. Oh, yeah, and perhaps stop flaming a story. Raven, thanks for the help. See ya, girl, after vacation. Darko's point of view, lol. Vampire and I chained Hargrid to the floor. Oh, my fucking Satan. Enobi said. He was so hot. Maybe I could use amnesia potion to make Satan fall in love with me faster. But you are so sexy and wonderful anyway, Tata, said Vampire. Why would you need it? To make everything go faster, lol, said Envy. But you won't have to do it with him or anything, will you? I asked jealously. OMFG, you guys, you are so scary, said Brittany. A fucking prep. Shut the fuck up, said Willow. Okay, well, anyway, let's go to Professor Trevolry's room. Draco, Ebery, and I went to Professor Sinister's room, but Professor Sinister wasn't there. Instead, Tom Ridd was. Oh, hi, fuckers, he said. Listen, I got you some cool new clothes. I took out the clothes from the bag. It was a gothic black leather miniskirt that said 666 on the back, black Stilton boots, blood red fishnets, and a black corset. OMG Fangs, I said, hugging him in a gothic way. I took the clothes in the bag. Okay, Professor Sinister isn't here. What the fuck should we do? Asked Draco. Suddenly, he looked at a sign on the black wall. Oh my fucking Satan! I screamed as I read it. On it said, everyone Professor Sinister is away. She is too gothic. She is an Azkabavian now. Classes shall be taught by Dumbledore, who is back. But he shall not be principal for now. Sincerely, Professor Rumbridge. OMFG! I shouted angrily. How could they do that? Suddenly, Dumbledore came. What the hell are you doing in my office? He began to shoot angrily. Suddenly, I saw Morty McFly's black time machine. I jumped seductively into it, leaving Draco and Vampire. Suddenly, I was back in time. I looked around. It was Professor Slutborn's Evis. I sneaked around. Suddenly, I saw the amnesia potion on his desk. It was black, with blood-red pentagrams in it. It was the shape of a cross. I put it in my pocket. Suddenly, the door opened. It was Professor Slutgorn. OMG, what are you doing, fucker? He shouted angrily. I don't know. What the fuck are you doing? I shouted angrily. Oh, sorry. I was just looking around because I thought it was class, you said, finally hoping he couldn't see the potion in your pocket. Oh, okay. You can go now, said Professor Slutborn. You went to the conman room after putting on my clothes. Silas, Samaro, and Snape were there practicing Vampires Will Never Hurt You by MCR. Oh, hi, you guys, I said seductively. Where's Satan? Oh, he's coming, said Sirius. By the way, you can call me Hades now. Suddenly, Satan came. He was wearing a smexy black leather Jackson, black Congress shoes, a Slipknot t-shirt, and a black tie. Okay, I'll see you guys at the concert, I said. And then I went with Satan. So here we have wait, what happened in this chapter again? Okay,
this is like this is a mix-up chapter because this is like Draco's point of view, right?
Yeah, that made it kind of tricky to know like what voice to use for some of these. I think it starts in Draco's point of view, but
yeah, then it kind of devolves back to like Ebony's view. I don't, and then it starts like it's weird because like where is this? Where it goes like, oh, then you did this and then you did that, and then it's like it feels like she's writing to Draco rather than writing as Draco. I don't know.
And in the middle it says like Draco, Ebony, and I. So like who's the
so
I?
who is you? Yeah, who's the mysterious third thing?
Oh, in the annotations it says it's Vampire Potter who's the I there.
Oh, so is it like is there another perspective switch?
I guess yeah, we have 3 perspectives in this chapter apparently. Though the Vampire Potter one I think doesn't last very long. It might be just for that line or two, but then yeah, it seems to go back to Ebony by the end.
Lynn says a quiz on this fic should have been the Discord entry test. No, it won't be. I'm not quizzing people on like what happens. This is harder. Is this harder to read than like continental philosophy? What do you think, Axion?
Ooh, that is such a tough question because they're hard in different ways. But yeah, if I were like, if I had to like pick a work to do like a quiz on after, I think continental philosophy is probably, I would say all in all, harder to understand, at least if we're thinking about certain continental philosophers, not like all of them, but you know, if it's someone like Gilles Deleuze or like Jacques Derrida or something like that, I would say that's probably hard to understand. But like if we're talking about just like reading it aloud, definitely this. But how about you? Do you have any thoughts on that question?
I don't know because I learned I've spent a few years learning to read philosophy, but I've not spent that amount of time learning to read fan fiction yet. But I imagine maybe like when I do get in the groove of like reading fan fiction, I would be like I'd be just as adept which is to say that I would be equally confused with both philosophy and this fic eventually, given a few more years of this.
Mm,
Oh.
a very sensible
Also, like
answer.
the author's going on vacation, 1st of July.
Oh, right, yeah.
So she's either gonna end the fic or update it in weeks. We're nearing the end of the fic, so there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more chapters until like the last chapter. Do you think that like this is the this is where the author is conceiving of the way this ends? You know what I mean? Like, cause clearly it feels like it's written just week by week, and she's just kind of like putting down the tracks as the train is kind of going through them in that like Tom and Jerry gif.
Mhm.
So like at this point, maybe she's already thinking about like the conclusion to this epic like saga.
Oh, yeah. Kinda sad to think about, or maybe she's, like, evolving out of being a teen girl. Just I hate to think of the thought for some reason.
That she's gonna be like a functional adult who can like drive and vote.
Well, just that she's gonna look back on this and be like, "Oh, no, what was I writing?"
Oh
I
yeah,
I like the, um and I don't know why that's sad to me, that thought of, her no longer, I guess, appreciating, this text, but,
I think it's
um
because like I think it's because there's a certain admiration and respect we have for it that like we think that may not be we think it may not be resonant. So like a lot of people kind of make fun of this, but they don't really like in a way that's just like this is trash and it's not worth reading. Whereas we maybe are seeing the glimmer in this, and we
Mm.
secretly hope that the author, as she grows up and like learns to type properly and proper syntax and grammatical structure and like gets over her phase, or maybe she never gets over her phase, I don't know, but the more she kind of like matures, we hope that
Mm.
when she looks back at it she sees the glimmer in this that we see at right now, maybe, but that we kind of think that it's unlikely. Maybe that's where the sadness
Yeah,
is
no,
coming from.
absolutely.
Mm.
I I think it is that, because there are lots of, I think, really good things about childhood that many or most people sort of lose as they get older, and it's always kind of sad to see it happen in someone else. And sometimes when we think about someone else growing up, we hope that they don't, lose those things. And maybe that's, one aspect that, a person could feel about this text and the way the author feels about it.
Mm. Because it's really funny. It's I think it's intentionally funny, but it's like hilarious how good this is. It's amazing.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay, let's continue. And you know what? We're gonna maybe we should start like speculating on how this would end. I think it's gonna end in like a harem ending where all the guys, all the hot goth guys, confess their love to Ebony, and she like decides to stay with. I'm gonna predict it now. I'm gonna say Draco. What do you think?
Well, I do think it's fair to say, like, of all the guys in the story so far, it seems like Draco is the one that she's consistently the closest to. And so, yeah, like, even though she likes the others too, yeah, Draco, it seems like she has kind of a special thing for him. So I think that's a plausible guess. Um, I have read it before, so I don't know if I can really
Oh
speculate
yeah,
exactly
yep, yep.
beyond just to say that that I think that sounds very reasonable, everything you just said.
Okay. I keep forgetting that you've read this, and then like I'm experiencing all this for the first time. Okay. Chapter 38. Let's do it. Author's note. What does everyone think if I end a story and then add some more to it after vacation? Oh yeah, and perhaps stop flaming. If you don't like that story, then take the quiz, okay? Then you'll see if you're gothic or not. Saint and I walked to his car. It was a black car with pentagrams all over it. On the license plate, it said 666, just like Draco's car. I went in it seductively. Stan started to drive it. We talked about Satanism, lol, he was named after Satan, cutting music and being gothic. Oh my Satan, Jared is so fucking hot. Voldemort agreed as we smoked some weed. Cause bi guys are hot, they're so sensitive. I love them, lol. Goes fucks a bi guy. Lol, I totally decided to not commit suicide when I heard Helena. I said in a flirty voice. Hey Satan, do you know when the cure for people are like addicted to Voldemort serum? Well, he thought, I think you have to drink vampire blood. Suddenly, Voldemort parked the car behind a black movie theater. Satan and I walked outside. We went in to the movie theater where they were showing The Exorcist. In it, a boy and a girl were doing it. Suddenly, a serial killer came, lol. Satan and I laughed at the blood because we're sadists. While Satan was watching the movie, I had an idea. I took Satan's gothic black Nightmare Before Christmas cigar sexily from his pocket and put some amnesia potion in it. I put it back in his black Emile the Strange bag. Satan turned around and started to smoke it. Black clouds with red pentagrams in them started to fly around everywhere. OMG, Satan said, jumping up. I gasped because I was afraid he'd noticed. And guess what? I knew that the amnesia had worked. Amnesia potion has not been invented yet, so it will not work. He said, too bad, because I wanted to use some on you. Cool. I raised my eyes suggestingly. And then he took off my clothes sexily, and we started to make out. I took off his shit. He had a six-pack, just like Jared Way. We Frenched. Excuse me, but you're going to have to leave, shouted the lady behind us. She was a prep. Fuck you, I said. Suddenly, I attacked her, sucking all her blood. No, she screamed. All the preps in the theater screamed, but everyone else crapped because Satan and I looked so cute together. Satan and I started to walk outside. ZOMG, how did you do that? Voldemort asked in a turned-on voice. I'm a vampire, I said as we went into the car. Seriously? He gasped. Yeah, seriously, I said, drinking some beer. Satan started to drive the car. I smelled happily. It's too bad we didn't get to see the rest of the movie, don't you think? Yeah, I said as we kissed passively. Satan parked in a black driveway next to the place where Draco and I had watched GC for the first time. We went inside where Marilyn Manson was playing and started to mosh lol. Anti-people, now you've gone too far. Jesus Christ, superstar, screamed Marlon on the stage. We did the devil fingers. I started to dance really close to Satan. He was so schmexy. He looked at me all emo with his gothic red eyes and he looked exactly like Mikey Way. I almost got an orgasm. Suddenly, Marilyn Manson stopped singing. I would like to present X Black X Tier X. He said. I ran on stage. Lucian, Samaro, Snap, and Hades were there. They started to play their instruments. I got on stage. Well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say, I sang. I don't own the lyrics to the song. My voice sounded like a pentagram between Amy Lee and a girl version of Jared Way. Everyone clapped. Satan got an erection. I'm not okay, I sang finally. Suddenly, Lucian started playing the song wrong by mistake. OMFG, yelled James. What the fuck? Whoops, I'm sorry, said Lucian. Hold on, I gotta channel my... What's James Potter's just Harry Potter but older. Okay. You fucking asshole, James shouted angrily. You guys are such preps, Snap said. Come on, it was a mistake. Yeah, it's not his fault, said Sirius. Who's Samaro? Oh, that's... Yeah, okay. No, he ruined the fucking song, yelled Samaro. You guys stop. I shouted angrily, but it was too late. They all began to fight. Suddenly, Samaro took out his knife. Oh, MFG, no! Shouted Lucan, but it was too late. James tried to shoot off his arm. And then, I jumped sexily in front of the bullet. No! Yelled at everyone, but it was too late. Suddenly, everything went black. End of chapter.
What a dramatic ending to this one.
I know, right? She dies? Oh my god. She takes a bullet. She's a peacemaker.
A bullet from his knife, apparently.
Oh yeah, I didn't even... Yeah, he took out his knife and then shot like a bullet.
Many things are possible in the wizarding world, I suppose.
Maybe that was like the distraction. Like he pulled out a knife and I was like, oh my god, he's got a knife. And then on his other hand, he has like a gun.
Yeah, and actually, if that was the intention, then that was maybe actually a really cool choice of like not telling the reader that there was a gun, because then it's like we're surprised by it too, like as surprised as the character is.
Yes.
But
Still asks,
yeah, for
what if
this
it
one, it
ends
looks like
like?
we have. Oh,
Sorry, you
you
go
can
ahead.
go ahead. Oh, so I guess we have more time travel strangeness in this one, where Satan says like amnesia potion hasn't been invented yet, but it just kind of glosses over that pretty quickly.
Yeah,
But
I think it's like kind of like
any
a establishing him as like a time traveling threat as well, but also he's hot because he has the information, but he's not like threatening our protagonist with it. I don't know.
mm, yeah, no, it's I like that interpretation. Maybe he, even though it's in the past, like his powers are so great, maybe he somehow like knows the future. But anyway, what were you gonna say originally?
Oh, I was just reading a comment. I think Estella said, "What if it ends like kiss him, not me," and she prefers Jared Way. Hmm. What do you think?
Ooh, be sad for Draco, I guess.
I'm on like I think I'm on Team Draco. I think that's where I'm at right now. Mostly
I
just
mean,
because of
yeah,
exposure.
feels like he's been there for the longest,
Yeah, yeah. It feels like he did.
of any of
But
these guys.
also like Vampire's been there too.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, it
I
could just
think
very well
your
be a
earlier,
polyamorous situation, so I don't know.
yeah. Well, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah, like your previous suggestion about how it could end up in kind of a harem situation.
Hmm.
I think if it were to end up that way, or if it does end up that way, that would probably be the happiest, because it feels like she clearly likes both of these guys, and like they both like her, so maybe she could be with them both, or at least she
Mm.
doesn't seem to, I guess, have many qualms about about going from one to the other. So
And like, because I don't know about the other guys, but there is like an established chemistry between Vampire and Draco as well, right? Because they used to be a thing, and then at
oh right,
some point in the story, they also made out, right, with each other. I think.
yeah, I think that's right actually. And they used to date each other, so
Mm.
yeah, it could be like the polyamorous thing is like it involves all of them, in every combination.
Hmm. But then, like, if it can't involve everyone, because like, or can it? Because Vampire's dad is there too. We shall see. We shall see.
Hey, the more the merrier.
Millennium's asking, is this fanfic? I never read Harry Potter. This might be my first exposure. This is fanfic. It's complicated, but essentially this is heralded as one of the greatest, or worst, but really that's just another word for greatest in my opinion. Fanfics of all time. It's a Harry Potter fic, and it's called My Immortal, and I can't explain it more than that. You just have to read it, or you have to just listen to us read it and then get it for yourself.
It would be great though, wouldn't it, if one day it just sort of came out that, in fact, Tara Gillespie, the author of this text, was J.K. Rowling all along, and it was just like her trying this
Whoa.
out.
That would be so interesting. That'd be such an interesting reveal,
Oh,
given
would that
like
mean
what we
all of
know
this is
of
now
the.
canon? If if it turned
Oh,
out to,
interesting. Do you think so? Do you
yeah.
think if like do you think that's what do you think that would make it canon if the author were Rowling herself?
Not necessarily. I guess if Rowling herself said, "Look, I just wrote this to like imagine what would happen if, but like I don't intend it as part of the story. I don't intend it as canon," then I would say it's not canon. But I guess she would have the power to decide though. Like if she said, "Hey, this is canon," I guess all Harry
Hmm.
Potter fans would just have to accept it.
Hmm. I'm on chapter 39 now, and something
Okay.
really interesting is going on here. We've
Oh, yep.
switched authors now. What?
Yeah, this is I was wondering when we were going to get to this part, but yeah, there's this sort of multi-author component here where apparently she was like hacked somehow, and someone like inserted a chapter, and now it's just kind of considered like part of the text. I guess it
It's
adds
just
to the
been widely
postmodern element of
accepted?
the text.
Huh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So I guess you read the last one, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
because this is an odd chapter. All right. So here, oh, this was a long one too. Okay.
Mm.
Um, I'm not quite sure how the voice. I'm just gonna figure out the voices as I go along.
It is
So,
spelt properly, so you won't struggle with that.
oh, okay. At least there's that. Chapter 39. Disclaimer: I do not own the Harry Potter series, and I am not the real XXX Bloody Wrist 666 XXX. Author's note: I'm an extremely immature, pathetic idiot girl. I know. Out of boredom, I cracked this girl's passy for fun, and it took less than 8 minutes to do it too. And will probably get in a shitload of trouble, which I probably deserve because I'm being a troll right now. Meh. And I present to you my crappy part in this story. And take note, I haven't even finished reading this fic yet, but instead skip over to skim chapter 38. Flame, laugh, do whatever you want, preps. I, the American retail wearing British vampire Sue, coughed up blood. Satan kneeled down beside me. No, don't die. I gave him a rueful smile. I'm sorry, it's something I had to do to fulfill my duty as the noble Gothic Mary Sue. Satan sobbed. I love you, Ebony. I love you too. I'll see you in hell, I mumbled, already finding my surroundings fading to black. Bloody Mary Smith suddenly popped into the room for no apparent reason. She frowned when she realized the room was oddly quiet, but at the sight of Ebony's lifeless body, she screamed. Her face became pale with horror. She screamed for the healers, Dumbledore, McGoogle, and every single Gothic person she could think of. Suddenly, a glow started to surround the body of Ebony. Everyone stared in shock. Her body started to lift ever so slowly, and then, to everyone's shock, it started to incinerate. When everyone realized what was happening, they rushed over to try to rescue the body. But it was too late. The Sioux became nothing more than a pile of ashes. A loud resounding of everyone bellowing, "No!" filled the room. A flash of white light from the ashes then started to bounce around the room. Everyone cowered in fear and were temporarily blinded. When it was all over, things changed. All the silly goth clothes dropped from everyone's bodies. Author's note, I will refuse to explain how the hell that happened. And in their place, clothes the characters would normally wear in canon appeared on their bodies. When everyone got over the shock of becoming free of the gothic power, everybody cheered. Everyone started singing, "Ding dong, the Sioux is dead." Well, that is, until all the Harry Potter characters realized the true implications of becoming more canon-like again. All the characters who were supposed to be dead fell to the floor, their bodies cold and lifeless. Harry and Voldemort started dueling. On the left side of the two, the battle of the light side and the dark side were reaching a climax. And because the replacement author also likes to screw around with canon, Draco and Hermione fled the scene and got married.
Oh.
Meanwhile, down in hell, Ebony shed a single tear because of her current situation, a situation that would live on for all eternity, or at least until the end of fanfiction time. She lost it all, but she knew she had to remain strong. Nothing would ever break her down. She looked down over her pale body and frowned. Where are my emo clothes? She asked herself in confusion. And then it occurred to her. For her shirt, she was wearing a bright pink polo with a little seagull on the right or left, I can't remember, side. Below that, she was wearing a denim miniskirt with the destroyed look on it. Paired underneath that skirt were leggings with a little moose at the bottom. And then Ebony realized on her shoulder she was carrying a pretty bag with an eagle on it that said, "Live your life," written all over the bag.
No.
Ebony suppressed the urge to scream. Here she was, decked out in clothes, prepped to the extreme, wearing stuff from Abercrombie and Fitch, American Eagle, and Hollister. Panicked, Ebony hastily tried to take off the Hollister polo, but underneath it, there was another Hollister polo underneath. Ebony frowned. and looked under her shirt. All she saw was a bra underneath. Dare I point out that it's from the Aerie line available at American Eagle? Ebony tried to remove the shirt again, but to her frustration, there was yet another polo to replace it. This is unlogical and does not make any sense, Ebony bellowed out to the air. She failed to see the irony in her statement, how hypocritical her words were, seeing as she was practically calling the kettle black here. Ebony slit her wrist and mumbled to herself, "Oh my god," / crap fic. Author's note. Oh yeah, if you want to see the original content this chick had planned for this chapter, I accessed it through the document manager thingy, which I copied and pasted so you could read it here. Author's note. Shut the fuck up, Rabs! Get alive! You suck! Oh, and from now on, I'll be in vacation in England until like August, so I won't be able to update for a while, lols. Thanks to everyone who reviewed Expect the Preps who framed fuck you! MCR rules 666! I woke up into Norse's office on the special gothic coffin. Hairgrid was into bed opposite me in a coma because Vampire and Draco had bet him up. Mr. Norse was cleaning the room. Oh my Satan, what happened? I screamed. Suddenly, Voldemort came. He looked less mean than usual. Get the fuck out, you fucking bastard! I yielded. Thou hast not killed Vampire yet, he said angrily. Suddenly, he started to cry tears of blood, all selective. Voldemort, OMFG, what's wrong? I asked. Suddenly, Lucian, Professor Sinister, and Sirius came. Bloody Mary and Vampire were with him. Everyone was holding black boxes. Voldemort disappeared. OMFG, Ebony, you're alive, screamed Vampire. I hugged him and Bloody Mary. What the fuck happened? I asked them. Oh, my Satan, am I like dead now? I gasped. Enemy, you were almost shot, said Sirius, but the ballet could not kill you, since you were from another time. But fangs anyway, said Lucian, holding out his arm. I gasped. He had 2 arms. OMFG, I can't believe Vampire's dad shot you, I gasped. Well, to be honest, Snape was possessed by his Snape back then, said James. Yeah, he was a spy, Sirius said sadly. He was really a death dealer. And he was such a fucking poser, too, said Lucian. He didn't even really know who Good Charlotte were until I told him. Well, anyway, everyone started to give me presents. I was opening a black box with red 666s. There was a DVD of Corpse Bride in it. On it when I guessed. Mr. Norris looked up angrily because he hated goths. Hey, has anyone fucking seen Draco? I asked gothically. No, Draco told me he would be watching Hose of Wax, said Professor Travori. He doesn't know that you were better. Anyway, Denore said you could get up. Come on. I got up suicidally. Lucian, Sirius, and Professor Sinister left. I was wearing a black leather night gun. Under that, I had on a sexy black leather bra trimmed with black lace with a matching thong that said Gothic Girl on the butt and sexy fishnets, that kind hooked onto my thong. If you don't get the idea, message me, I'll tell you. I put on a black fishnet top under a black MCR t-shirt, a black leather mini with black lace and Congress shoes. I left the hospital's wings with Bloody Mary, Willow, and Vampire. OMFG, let's celebrate, gasped Willow. We can go see House of Wax with Draco, giggled Vampire. Let's go listen to Good Charlotte and cut ourselves, 666, said Hermione. We opened the common room door sexily, and then I gasped. Draco was there, doing it with Snape. He was wearing a black t-shirt with 666 on the front and baggy jeans. You fucking prep! We all yielded angrily. Yeah, you betrayed us, shooted Vampire angrily as he took out his black gun. No, you don't understand, screamed Draco sadly as he took his thingy out of Snake's. No shit, you fucking suck, you preppy bastard, said Willow, trying to attack him. "You're hot, girl!" I ran suicidally to my room. I sexually took a stake out. "Ennaby, no!" screamed Draco, but it was too late. I had slit my wrist with it. Suddenly, everything went black again. Sincerely, an anon author who will silently not reveal her identity because she's a coward, aka just a troll with rocks for brains. Wow.
Whoa, what a
Chapter end.
chapter. Oh my god.
That was, yeah. In a work of unexpected twists, this was a twist most unexpected.
I
think it is
definitely
fair
didn't
to
see
say.
this coming. I genuinely did not see this coming. Nothing could have prepared me for chapter 39. What? Like, I'm not just surprised that someone did this. I'm surprised that, like, 20 years later, we've just regarded this as part of the canon now. Like, this is just this we have all widely collectively said yes. When anyone's reading My Immortal, they also have to read that one hacker person who rewrote chapter 39, but also was kind enough to attach like the supposed probably canon 39 with it as well. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, that's one of my favorite aspects of this whole chapter is the fact that it is now just considered like, yeah, this is part of the canon. Like, it doesn't matter that it was written by someone else who like hacked her account. It's just now like part of the story. And the fact that he included the original chapter too is really quite good. Even though the
Yeah.
chapter, oddly enough, kind of ends pretty much the same way as the previous one did. We have Ebony apparently dying. Everything goes black for her. But I don't know. What do you think, Charis? Is this the last we've seen of Ebony?
What are the next 5 chapters gonna be about? Is it just because like she died once last chapter and then it's like actually she didn't, so then I thought okay that was just like a fake out, but then she dies again this chapter. Now this is a pattern, 2 times that it's a pattern. Now I see that is this what's gonna happen for the next few chapters as well? She's gonna wake up, oh it's actually all fine, and then die again at the end.
That's, yeah, we I guess at this point it's just really leaving us in suspense, isn't it? Also, why was Draco doing it with Snape? That was another twist
That's
in this
so
chapter.
weird that in both versions of the text, Draco is like cheating on. Well, I mean, I use the term very loosely, of course, because I don't even know what the hell the relationship dynamics here are. But he's like seen with other people in both versions of the text. That's so interesting. So I was super wrong, is what I'm. Is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Or
I guess
not?
the hacker made him cheat with Hermione. I guess the fact that he's cheating on with another girl maybe makes the cheating more painful. Like the hacker knew that, but
Mhm.
in the actual original author's version of the chapter, he's cheating with Snape. So maybe since the author really likes bi guys, maybe that makes it less painful in a way.
Maybe I just this is weird though because it wasn't like wasn't Snape trying to like capture them, including Draco?
Yeah.
Did they hash things out? What?
I mean, maybe Draco got kind of turned on from the experience. Who knows?
Zero asks, do you guys know what Snape wives are? I don't. Do you?
I have vaguely heard of it. I don't know a lot about it, but apparently it's women who basically consider Snape their waifu. That's I guess like just kind of the idea in a nutshell. People in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, people who are really into the idea of having Snape as kind of like a fictional, like boyfriend slash husband character.
The Snape wives, also known as Snapists, are a group of women in Harry Potter fandom who believe that they channel Severus Snape, allow his spirit to inhabit their bodies and speak to him, close bracket, are engaged in romantic relationships with him and see him as a vital spiritual guide for their daily lives. They practice Snapeism, a new religious movement centered on Snape. They believe Severus Snape is not simply a character in the Harry Potter books, but an omniscient and immortal deity, and in fact believe that the books were written because J.K. Rowling was channeling Snape. Snape Wives are most active in 2006, with their communities primarily on LiveJournal. They have since deleted all of their web pages and forums due to mockery from outside of their community. After this, the community apparently faded. Some of the content was copied and discussed on Fandom Wank. Interesting.
Huh. So I guess their community died out because of flaming from preps, it sounds like.
It sounds like it was really serious too, because like I'm getting this information from fanlore.org. So,
Yeah.
TLDR, there was an actual religion centering on Severus Snape who was portrayed as an eternal and divine being similar to the Christian God. It had theological arguments, early schisms, and its own vows and prayers, which were all taken
Wow.
completely seriously by its followers, the Snapists. What?
Okay. I'll admit I didn't know it went that far. Wow, that's amazing.
Interesting.
Yeah. Where were you, Charis, during the first schism in the Snape Wives?
What was I doing like 20 years ago? I was not reading Harry Potter, I'll tell you that. I was that was not my thing yet. Maybe I was deep in the Percy Jackson trenches. I wonder when that came out. I don't remember. Yeah, that was like 2005. That was like, yeah, it was around the same time that came out. Yeah, that was where I was at.
I see.
I did not have the
choice.
pleasure of reading this immaculate fanfic of my favorite series. I wish we had that for Percy Jackson, honestly. We had like a My Immortal.
Oh.
Don't
Maybe
we
you'll
all?
have to write one, Charis. Be the change you want to see in the world.
I don't know. Like, honestly, genuinely, if I try, I don't know how I could write like this. Like, this would require me to learn and unlearn so many things and like forcibly uncorrect so many of the writing habits that I have, but also just to also like, and to give up on the consistency or structure that, you know, most writing practice kind of like tries to drill into you. If I had to recreate or I had to write another chapter in the style of the original author, that would probably be the most difficult writing task I'd ever have to pursue, I think.
You know, I think you're absolutely right. It would be. There'd be so many moments of going back and being like, okay, you know what, this paragraph's not shitty enough. Like this sentence isn't shitty enough. Like I got to go back and change it. And
it can't be
yeah,
too shitty because then it's like you can actually it's completely incomprehensible. It needs to be just barely comprehensible enough. It's a crazy line to walk, I think. Yeah.
And I know for me, like I think there would be that challenge too, and also just the challenge of writing it in a way that it still felt sincere. It didn't just feel like it was totally in on the joke the whole time. Because I'm not sure if that's something I would be able to effectively fake. And I know that, not to preview too much our upcoming discussion, but for a lot of people who like read a work like this, part of the fascination of it is the sense that like it seems to them like something that's sincere, or at least it has like a very plausible claim to being something that was written sincerely and not just like a satire. And there are some people who think like that element just is really infeasible to come at it, you know, like if you're in on the joke.
Yeah. Now I want to finish it so we can like kind of dive into that discussion before we preview too
All right,
much.
then,
Okay.
chapter 40.
Whoa, what is this? This starts okay. Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna start. There's a different voice for this too.
Oh, maybe more of the hacker, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah. Chapter 40. The Idiot's Note. Well, this was in the dock area. Might as well let the whole world see what the real Terra wanted to show us. Have a nice day. Author's note. Shut the fuck up, Preps. Get a life. You suck. Oh, and from now on, I'll be on vacation in England until like August. So I won't be able to update for a while, lols. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. Accept the preps who flamed fuck you. MCR rules 666. Wait, hold on. Is this? No, this is like a new chapter. Okay. I woke up in a nurse's office on a special gothic coffin. Harrogate was in the bed opposite me in a coma because Vampire and Draco had beat him up. Mr. Norris was cleaning the room. Oh my Satan, what happened? I screamed. Suddenly, Voldemort came. He looked less mean than usual. Get the fuck out, you fucking bastard, I yielded. Thou hast not killed vampire yet, he said angrily. Suddenly he started to cry tears of blood, all selective. Voldemort? OMFG, what's wrong? I asked. Suddenly, Lucian, Professor Sinister, and Sirius came, Bloody Mary and Vampire with them. Everyone was holding black boxes. Voldemort disappeared. OMFG enemy, you're alive! Screamed Vampire. I hugged him and Bloody Mary. What the fuck happened? I asked him. Oh my Satan, am I like dead now? I gasped. Enemy, you were almost shot, said Sirius. But the bullet could not kill you since you were from another time. But thanks anyway, said Lucian, holding out his arm. I gasped. He had 2 arms. OMG, I can't believe Vampire's dad shot you, I gasped. Well, to be honest, Snape was possessed by Snape back then, said James. Yeah, because he was a spy, Sirius said sadly. He was really a death dealer. And he was such a fucking poser, said Lucian. He didn't even really know who GC were until I told him. Well, anyway, everyone targeted to give me presents. I was opening a black box with red 666s. There was a DVD of Corpse Bride on it. When I gasped, Mr. Norris looked up angrily because he had hated goths. Hey, has anyone fucking seen Draco? I asked gothically. No, Draco told me he would be watching Hose of Wax, said Professor Trevelry. He doesn't know that you're better. Anyway, the Norris said you could get up. Come on. I got up suicidally. Lucian and Sirius, Professor Sinister left. I was wearing a black leather nightgown. Underneath that, I had on a sexy black leather bra trimmed with black lace with a matching thong, this gothic girl in the butt, and sexy fishnets that kind of hooked on to my thong. If you don't get the idea, message me, I'll tell you. I put on a black fishnet top under a black MCR t-shirt, a black leather mini with black lace, and Congress shoes. I left the hospital's wings with Bloody Mary, Willow, and Vampire. Oh, MFG, let's celebrate, gasped Willow. We can use House of Wax with Draco, giggled Vampire. Let's go listen to GC and Cuts ourselves. 666, said Hermione. We opened the common room door sexily, and then I gasped. Draco was doing it with Snape, who was wearing a black t-shirt with 666 on the front and baggy jeans. You fucking prep, we all yielded angrily. Yeah, you betrayed us, shouted Vampire angrily as he took out his black gun. No, you don't understand, screamed Draco as sadly as he took his thingy out of Snake's. No shit, you fucking suck, you preppy bastard, said Willow, trying to attack him. You rock girl. I ran suicidally to my room. I sexily took a stake out. Enemy, no, screamed Draco, but it was too late because I had slit my wrist with it. Suddenly, everything went black. Again. Idiot's note. Ugh, I know, terrible. But then again, this would have been called the worst fanfic ever if not for the fact that the writing standards meets the level of a day-old fetus. End of chapter. So this is the same. I was like waiting for, any changes. There were some changes, weren't there? I think.
Well, I was trying to find some myself, but I actually had quite a bit of trouble. I don't know if there are any. Because like even the references, like House of Wax is the same, and like the let's listen to Go Try and Cut Ourselves 666. If there are any changes, I guess they must be extremely minor.
Yeah, I don't think there are any changes. So then my question is like, why is this a new chapter then? Who's the idiot? Or who is writing as who's writing the idiot's note?
Well, since I guess the only option is the hacker, right?
I guess, yeah.
Like maybe the original doc she had like this as chapter 40, but perhaps it was like copied and pasted, and like the end of chapter 39, the hacker just included both. But yeah, I really don't know.
It's probably the hacker, yeah. I guess I could, yeah. But then why post the same chapter twice? And one is canon, because like isn't the idea of like the troll kind of like, haha, this is my troll chapter in 39, like everything goes back to normal and they kill like they kill the main character and then everything goes back to normal or whatever. And then she included the original version in that chapter anyways, because he was like, oh, by the way, this is what happened. So if she were to post a chapter 40, why post the original text again and then not do anything else as the troll?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
I agree. Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense because, and also like if she was the one posting this is chapter 40, like why would it include the idiots? No, there is so
Yeah.
yeah, like yeah, I don't know if there's really an answer to this one.
Hmm. Maybe, here's my speculation. Maybe the troll posted chapter 39 and people didn't finish, they didn't get to the end and just saw that it was like spelt mostly, like largely correctly. Spelt mostly correctly. And they were like, this isn't what I signed up for. I don't want any of this. And then they like kind of click off. And so maybe the troll didn't like felt bad about it. And so just redid like a new chapter and
Mm.
just had the original text on it. So the people, you know what? I don't know. What the hell's going on? Hmm.
It's all to me like it's all part of the mystery of this work. I love how the mystery just deepens, with every chapter.
Mm-hmm. I'm even more confused now. Oh my God. What the hell is chapter 41 going to be? Do you think that she's going to get, well, you already know. Sorry. But imagine if you didn't.
I mean, yeah, by now
uh,
we've seen her apparently die like I think 3 chapters in a row it is.
yeah. So I think
If you
let's go
count
for a
this
fourth.
chapter
That's
1.
what I think.
Okay. So
Let's see.
then yes, let us see. Oh, wait, good luck we got actually a long author's note.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe we'll get some clarification of the situation for this one
Mm-hmm.
here. Okay. So I will go ahead and start reading chapter 41. Author's note. To everyone who keeps flaming this, get a life! I bet you probably didn't know Gerard Ways. You're probably all preps and posers. Anyway, someone hacked into my account in November and they put up my last chapter, but now there is a new one. I'm sorry for not updating for a while, but I've been really busy. I'm trying to finish the story before the new movie comes out. I'm going on vacation for a month. I won't be back until about 2 weeks. OMFG Draco is so hot in all the pics for the new movie. I wanted them to put a cameo by George Way. Lol. He should play Draco. If you flame, I'll slit my wrist. Raven, you rock, girl. Have fun in England.
Mm.
When I woke up, I was in a strange room. I looked around. I was wearing the same outfit I had when it performed with X Black T-Rex. I looked around confusedly. It was into Norse's office, but it looked different. On the wall was a pic of Marilyn Manson. Just imagine that he is an 80s Gothic band, okay? Because he is more old than Panic at the Disco or MCR. There was also a Gothic Black Beatles calendar with a picture of the Beatles wearing eyeliner and black clothes. On it said 1980. OMFG, I'm back in time again! I screamed loudly. Suddenly, Satan, this is actually Voldemort for photo reference. Voldemort was wearing a black leather Jackson, black tight jeans, and fishnet pants. He looked so sexy, I almost had an orgy. OMFG Ebony, are you okay? He asked gothically. Yeah, I'm okay, for your information, I snapped sexily. OMG, am I dead? Because I remembered I had jumped off in front of the bullet from James's gun. I also remembered seeing Draco doing it with Snape. I guessed that when I had slit my wrist, I had went back in time instead of dying. I know I could go forward in time if I found a time toner or the time machine. No, you're not dead, Satan reassured suicidally as he smoked a cigarette sexily and smoke came all over his face. You're a vampire, so you can't die from a bullet. Come on now, let's go see how Harry's dad is doing. I know that the real reason I didn't die from the bullet was because I was from the future. WTF, James almost shot Lucius, I said indignantly. I knew that James had really been possessed, but I didn't want him to know I knew. Yeah, I know, but he had a headache. He was under a lot of stress, Satan reasoned evilly. I guess that's okay, I said, because James hadn't really shot Lucian. Also, I know that Lucian would now have 2 arms instead of 1. I walked seductively outside with Satan. Suddenly, I saw a totally sexy gothic bi guy. He had bleached blonde hair with black streaks up to his ears, and he was wearing gothic black eyeliner, a black Green Day shirt. It showed Billy Joel with blonde hair since it was the 80s, black Converse shoes, and black baggy pants. He walked in all sexily, like Gerard Way in the video for I Don't Hurt You Like I Did Yesterday. And you could see a black tear on his face, like the woman in that video. Hey, he said, all quietly and gothically. Who the fuck is that? I asked angrily because I did not know him. This is Hedwig, said Voldemort. He used to be in Black Tier X, but he had to drop out because he broke his arm. Hey, Hedwig, I said seductively, even though I was not trying to be. Oh, hi, Ebony, he answered. But then he ran away because he had hair of magical creature. He was humming Welcome to the Black Parade under his breath. I know that's not 80s, but pretend it's okay. Bye, I said all sexily. That was Hedwig. He used to be my boyfriend, but we broke up, Satan said sadly, looking at his black nails. OMFG, I can get you back together, I said, fingering something I didn't know was in my pocket. A black cute is what we aim for. Video iPod that I could take videos with. Does anyone else know about them? They kick ass! Okay, you can forget about your class now, Hedwig. I'm going to show you something great. I led them to the Great Hall. Come on, guys. Lucian, James, Sirius, and Snake were all in the Great Hall. Lucian wouldn't talk with James because he had tried to shoot him. Go fuck yourself, you fucking douche, he shouted at him. Draco is never going to be friends with Vampire now. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Samaro, Snape agreed. But I know he was lying because it had been his fault James had almost shot Lucian. Be quiet, you guys, I said sexily. My plan was working out great. Now I could make Voldemort good without doing it with him. Now Vampire's dad would never die, and okay, Satan and Hedwig, you guys can start making out, I said. And I started to film them with the iPod. Cool, said Sirius, as Voldemort and Hedwig started to make out sexily. We watched as they started to take each other's clothes off sexily. Samaro, Sirius, Snape, and Lucian all watched because they were probably bi. I know Snape was bi. Oh my fucking god, Voldemort, Voldemort! Screamed Hedwig as his Glock touched Voldemort's. But suddenly, everything stopped as the door opened and in came Dumbledore and Mr. Norris. End chapter.
Oh, it turns out that it was Yowie all this time. I was blinded by all them fawning over the female main character to realize it was Yowie. It was all roads lead to boys kissing each other.
How did we not guess it, Charis?
Oh, I should have seen this coming. Oh my god. And filming with the iPod camera as well. That's perfect. That's exactly it. Yeah. All is right with the world, I think. Yeah, actually. It makes sense.
Yep.
My favorite, it was so funny that I wrote this down, but my favorite, I don't know why too, but like my favorite line from this was Satan reasoned evilly. It just like, for a moment, it took me out of My Immortal and it put me in like Descartes. And I was like, yeah, Satan does reason evilly.
That's actually a really funny connection. I hadn't thought of that in connection to Descartes, but yeah, like the evil demon. How can I deceive this person most effectively?
That and like we've got Kant, we've got Socrates. Those are the philosophy references we got so far.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, even even Kant, in his own way, made a quick appearance earlier. Yeah. It actually, the Satan reasoned evilly, it made me think of Socrates and the Apology, and like, oh, you're corrupting the youth, like, you're teaching
Mm-mm.
them to deny the Greek gods. Like maybe that would be like in its own way, like seen as an evil kind of reasoning. But I think I like the evil demon, Descartes' evil demon, better here. I think that is a perfect connection.
They're all. And also, it turns out they're all bi. How do we feel about that?
I, I mean, really, I guess really strong bi representation in this work. This is a very progressive work when you think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
We'll go with that. Yep. uh, if anything, the author does make sure that all the guys are bi, and they're all hot because they're bi. Oh, oh man, we're nearing the end, but like, it's so at this point, surely the author's thinking of the end, right? So now I'm thinking, like, what is this? What is this setting up? I'm imagining that like the author's thinking a few chapters ahead, or at least like I thought that'd be the case. Like I want to say 2 chapters ago, and like is maybe setting up that final arc, that final like longer sequence of events that really kind of tie a bow on this whole series. But I still don't know what that is at the moment.
Mm. Yeah, for me, it's really hard to tell how far ahead the author is thinking. That's a possibility. She might be thinking ahead. Um, on the other hand, I just don't know if she's like taking this like one one chapter at a time. But I like to think that she's going, she has like a plan in mind or has had a plan in mind all along because I think that just makes it more satisfying to imagine somehow the
Hmm.
whole story. But
I
I
also love that
suppose
the
we
author is
shall
not
have to see.
beholden to uh, uh, time travel or like timeline consistencies in favor of actually being able to include uh, a Welcome to the Black Parade reference, even though that would like chronologically not make sense. The author felt like, no, but like you would never understand. Like it just, the work couldn't, it couldn't, it couldn't exist in that way if I weren't allowed to make this Welcome to the Black Parade reference. So I'm just going to do it. That's like kind of that's how I'm seeing this
Mhm.
decision.
Yeah, it's almost like she wants this to be part of the story, and that sort of element of her authentic desire overpowers sort of the need for any consistency. It's like it can be included in the story, and it's almost as if just like given the kind of story is it like it's not even a flaw. It just seems like, yeah, this is part of the way the story connects to the author. And yeah, I love those asides that she includes.
Hmm. Oh, oh boy. Okay, let's do
Teradito
it.
says this is melting your brain. What?
This honestly kind of is. Oh my god, this is a long one too. Okay, all right, okay, we're gearing
Mhm.
up. We are gearing up for the finale. This is like we're in the last few, we're
Oh
in the last
wow,
few
we really
chapters
are.
now. Oh,
Oh, before we do one last thing, so I
yes.
don't forget, I see
Yep, yep.
Estella says, "Why does Dumbly Dum always barge in at the wrong time?" That's also a pretty good note because he kind of does.
He is like that is the plot, that is the plot device. That's like the quickest way to create tension in a situation is to have Dumbledore barge into the room
Mhm.
and say that's inappropriate because he's like the only like voice of authority, I think, in this entire series so far. All the
Yeah, no,
adults kind
he
of
is.
seem to listen to
Yeah,
him too, right? Yeah.
I think so. I like to imagine that he has some kind of spell set up that gives him like a notification anytime students are about to do it, so that he can like barge in specifically to stop them.
Or like afterwards, right? He doesn't barge in during. He kind of like lets them
Mhm.
finish and then comes in right as they're like pulling their pants up.
Oh yeah, he's such a gentleman.
Very, very considerate of him, really. Okay, oh my god. Chapter 42. Author's note. OMG, the new book is coming out really soon. I can't wait. I think that Snap will be really the same person as Voldemort because they are both half-blood, so that will explain why he killed Dumbledore and then he hated Harry. And then Harry will have to commit suicide, so Voldemort will die because he will really be a Horcrux. OMG, I hope Draco and Harry get together. That would be so smexy, wouldn't it? If they don't, then JKR is homophobic. Thanks for the help with facts. Medusa, you rock. I sat depressedly in Dumbledore's office with Hedwig, Satan, James, Sirius, Snape, and Lucian. Dumbledore was sitting in front of us cruelly. He looked more young than he did in the future. He had taken the iPod away and was now listening to a shitty Avril Lavigne song. What the hell is this anyway? He cackled meanly. I hope he didn't find out I was from another time. Whatever, you don't blame Ebony, you jerk, Satan said. Yeah, seriously, she was trying to get Satan and Hedwig back together, Sirius said deviantly. Be quiet, you Satanists. Sorry, that's Dumbledore. Be quiet, you Satanists. Dumbledore cackled. If you're lucky, I'll probably send you all to Azkaban. That will teach you to copulate in the Great Hall. He changed the song on the iPod too, and sync song. Suddenly, I noticed something strong about the iPod. It was slowly changing. Dumbledore didn't notice. You fucking poser, I muttered. I bet you've never heard of GC. James said. No, I knew what the iPod was changing into. Morty McFly's time machine. Shut up, James, Draco's dad shouted. Yeah, shut up, Snake said preppily. No, you shut up, Dumbledore, said Tom. I've had enough of you Satanists in my school, shouted Dumbledore furiously. Suddenly, I grabbed the iPod from him. Everyone, jump in before it's too late. I jumped into it, but only one other person jumped in. It was Satan. You dunderheads! Screamed Dumbledore wisely as he went. I looked around. I was in the Slytherin common room with Satan. I was wearing a black plaid miniskirt with hot pink fishnets, a sexy black MCR corset, and black stiletto boots with pink pentagrams on them. My earrings were black Satanist sins, and my raven hair was all around me to my mid-black. Hey, cool, where's this? He asked in an emo voice. This is the future. Dumbledore's iPod that he tried to take away from me was really also a time machine, I told him. Cool, what's an eye patch? He whimpered. It's something you use to listen to music, I yacked. OMFG, cool. Wait, what's the 4-letter word for dirt? He asked in his sexy voice. I guess sand? I played confusedly. Yeah, I was trying to make sure you were still the same person. He triumphantly giggled. Suddenly, some of my friends walked in. OMFG, you're fucking alive, said Jenny, wearing a black leather jacket, black baggy pants, and a gothic black from first to last shirt. I explained to her why I was alive. Konnichiwa, bitch, said Willow. She was wearing a black corset showing off her boobs with lace all around it and red stripes on it. With it, she was wearing a black leather miniskirt, big black boots, white foundation, black eyeliner, red eyeshadow, black lipstick. Hey, motherfucker, said Diablo with his red hair. He was wearing a black PATD t-shirt and black baggy pants. Hey, who's that, Ebony? Bloody Mary questioned as she walked in wearing a black t-shirt with a red pentagram on it with lace at the bottom, red leather pants, black lace, and black stilettos. Oh, it's Satan, I told her, and she nodded, knowing the truth. Suddenly, Satan started to cry. Are you okay, Satan? We asked concernedly. OMFG, you're from the future! What if you don't like me anymore because we're from different times? He asked. No, I still like you, I said sexily to him. Okay, he said reassuredly. I let him listen to The Teenagers by MCR on my iPod while I was about to go outside to find out some things. I gave Diablo a signal to keep Satan occupied. Satan fell asleep. I took the iPod. I was about to walk outside. Professor Sinister ran in. She was wearing a gothic black mini dress with depressing black stripes, white and black striped tights, and red Converse shoes. She was wearing lots of black liner. Oh my fucking god, where's Draco? How does Snape get back here? I thought he was in Azerbaijan. I asked sadly. Ebony, I was so worried about you, but I know you can't fucking die because you're a vampire. Snape came back because that girl Brittany freed him. I never liked her. She was a bad student. Travelry said reassuredly. That bitch. Did she also free Hagrid and Lupin? I shouted angrily. I hated Brittany because she was a fucking prep. Yes, they're on the loose at the school. Dumbledore's back. Cornelius on his way to help everyone. Tell everyone you see to lock themselves in their common room. Trelawney said worriedly. Okay, but where's Draco? How come he was doing it with Snape? I don't know why, but I know he almost tried to commit suicide after he saw you almost kill yourself. She said, OMG, that's terrible, I gasped. Satan was still asleep, so he couldn't tell what was going on. Then I said, listen, everyone, I have something important to do. In here, everyone stay. With that, I ran out. Good luck, Tara, everyone cried. I ran sexily down the stairs into the great hall where the portraits around looked at me scaredly. There was hardly anyone else in the stairs, and there was an atmosphere of horror. On the way, I saw Brittany laughing on the stairs. She was wearing a slutty pink shirt with flowers on it, a blue jean skirt, Abercrombie, and pink stilettos. She looked like just like a pentagram with those fucking preps, Hilary Duff and Lindsay Lohan. You fucking bitch, I shouted angrily. No, you're totally a bitch. Now Voldemort will totally kill you, she laughed. Crucius, I shouted selectively, pontificating my black wand. And she started screaming because she was being tortured, and I laughed sadistically. No, help me, please, Brittany screamed terrifiedly. I put my middle finger at her. In her hand, I saw the video camera Snape and Lupin had been using to take the video of me. I put the tape of Voldemort doing it with Hedwig onto it. Then, I continued to row down the stairs with the camera. When I'd reached the Great Hall, I saw Vampire Potter. OMG, Vampira! I yielded. We hugged each other happily. He looked at me with his gothic red eyes and spiky black hair. Around them were black eyeliner and eyeshadow. He was wearing a black leather Jackson, leather pants, a Panic at the Disco concert shirt, and his black Congress shoes. He looked more like Joel from Good Charlotte than ever. Did you hear the song, The River It Rocks? I was so worried you died. Sorry, let me do it again. I was so worried you died. Moaned Vampire. I know, but I'm a vampire, lol. When I woke up, I was back in 1980, so knew it. I bought Voldemort from when he was young with me. Where's Draco? I asked fiercely. Draco? You mean that fucking poser who betrayed you? Vampire snarkled with anger in his sexy voice. No, but we have to find him, I said smartly. I'll do it then, Harry said angstily. Okay, I agreed. Suddenly, all the lights in the room went out, and then the dork mark appeared. Oh my fucking Satan! Harry shouted. I think Voldemort has arrived, I said anxiously. Fuck, I have to find Draco. I guess we should separate. Okay. Vampire said, disappearing. Sadly, I ran into the Great Hall. End of chapter.
Ooh. Final showdown being set up.
Oh, what is happening?
That was a long one. Wow.
On?
It feels like so long ago that you started reading the author's note.
Sorry, Exxon. 1 second. My headphones are acting up.
Oh. No worries.
Okay, hello?
Oh, hello. Yep, I can hear you.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I don't know why my headphones just disconnected all of a sudden, but I'm back. What did you say?
Oh, that's all right. I was just saying it feels like so long ago that you started reading the author's note of that chapter just because it was such a long chapter.
That was like the most like, and I also feel like it was one of the less disjointed chapters as well. Like this feels like maybe the author's best attempt to kind of construct something, if that makes sense. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Maybe we're seeing an evolution in her writing style across this work.
Like she's describing every single person's outfits as they're like entering the scene. Like these are like stage directions. That's interesting.
And we know now that the protagonist apparently has like forgiven Draco, or is at least still like concerned about his well-being. So maybe Draco still has a chance with her at this point.
You know what? I think it's just one big, I think at this point it's just one big polygroup. That's probably what it's going to be. That's my
Mhm.
guess at this point. I don't know what's
Yeah.
happening either in the middle bit. What happened in the middle bit? Let's see.
Oh, like when they go back to the present, or
Yeah, so they go back to the present, and then she, like, the not Tara. Well, Tara is like, she's called Tara at some points, but like her Ebony, yeah. Ebony is Ebony brings someone along, right? Who does she brings
to the
Tim?
present? Oh, Satan to the present,
Yes,
right?
yeah, she brings
Uh,
Satan to the present. Hmm.
mhm.
Hmm. Hmm. Is that how Satan comes to know that, like, Hot Topic started in the 80s or in the 1980s? Or when
Oh,
the hell did they start? Is that 1990s? Is that how he knows? Is that how he has that, like, future knowledge? Is because he was actually kind of like destined to travel back to the future with Ebony as well. I'm just trying to make sense of the time travel here.
yeah, that could be it. And also, I feel like we're gonna maybe get into kind of like a weird paradox because like Satan's there, but also apparently Voldemort is coming,
Oh.
like in his older form. And back when Ebony was there in the past with him and sort of like directed him to make out with Hedwig, which it delights me to no end that like they just both do it just because like she tells them to like do it. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Um, Apparently, at least Ebony was under the impression that that was going to like set Voldemort on a better path. Like no longer be on the path of evil, instead be on the path of like loving everyone and just like being a nice, happy-go-lucky guy.
Mm-hmm.
But now that evil Voldemort's coming to the Great Hall, I guess maybe that plan didn't work. I don't know.
We'll see, I think. I guess we'll find out. We're near the end. We're gonna find out. Oh my god, chapter 43.
Yep, approaching the thrilling conclusion of this story. So, chapter 43, author's note. I think after this, I will have about 2 or 3 more chapters. Thanks to all my reviewers and not the flamers. If you flame this story, then you suck. If you flame, then fuck you. I walked sexily into the Great Hall. It was empty, except for one person. Draco was there. He sat there in deadly bloom in his black 666 t shirt and his baggy black pants. He had slit his wrists. I felt mad at him for having sex with Snape, but I felt sorry for him. He looked just like Gerard Way with his red eyes and his pale white face. Draco, are you okay? I asked. I'm not okay, he screamed depressedly. I thought of the MCR song and I got even more depressed because that song always makes me cry. I gave him a pot cigarette and he started to smoke it. Oh, Draco, why did you do it with that fucking bastard Snape? I asked tearfully. I, Draco began to say, but suddenly Lupin and Mr. Norris apparated into the room. They didn't see us. I'm so glad me and Snape were freed, said Lupin. Damn, this job would be great if it wasn't for the fucking students, Mr. Norris agreed. Pop Adelum, I yielded angrily, pointing my wand at them. No, Lupin shouted as chains came on him. Mr. Norris ran away. You fucking perv, I said, laughing with depths of evil and depressedness in my voice. Now you have to tell us where Voldemort is, or I'm going to torture you. I don't know where he is, said Lupin. Suddenly, Satan and Vampire ran into the room. Vampire didn't know who Satan was really. Oh, my Satan, we were so worried about you guys, Vampire said. I looked sexily at Draco with his gothic red eyes with contacts, black t-shirt that said 666 on it, and pale skin like Gerard Way. Vampire with his sexy black hair and red eyes, just like Frank Lero, and Satan, who looked just like Brandon Urie then. I selectively took the caramel from my pocket. And then I began Frenching Draco sexily. Lupin gasped. Draco began to take off all his clothes off, and I could see his white sex pack. Then Vampire took his own clothes off too. We all began making out together sexily. I took off my black leather bra, my black lace thong, and the rest of my clothes. Everyone took their Glocks out, except for me. I'm a girl, lol. Oh, me Satan, Draco, I screamed as he put his hardness in my thingy. Then he did the same thing to Harry. I began making out with Satan, and he joined in. OMS, cried Vampire. Oh, Vampire, Vampire, I screamed. Oh, Satan, yelled Harry in pleasure. Lupin watched in shock. We took turns doing torture curses on him because we were all sadists. Suddenly, a big black car that said 666 on the license plate flew straight through the windows, and Snape was in it. End chapter.
Oh,
So it looks like, Charis, your prediction was right. They all
yeah.
sort of got together as a group.
We did it. It really is men kissing after all. We did it. And they're Glocks. I love that it started as you know what's, and now we're calling them Glocks now. I just, it's great because it's like there are guns in this. So it's almost like it's a surprise. You don't know if they actually pull their guns out or if it's like phallic. And you can't tell until you get to the next line that promptly explains probably that either okay, and then someone is shot, or there's like it's like my thingy. It's until it's preceded by my thingy. Like it's such a thrill to figure out, like, are they gonna shoot each other or is this phallic? Like what's the tension here? Is it is it supposed to be hot or dangerous, or maybe both? I don't know anymore. That's kind of like
that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. No, that's a absolutely perfect. I think that's very insightful. And with this one in particular, when it says like their Glocks out, except for me, I'm a girl. Well, I'd love to imagine that maybe she is talking about guns, and her thought is just, oh, well, like a girl wouldn't have a gun.
Yeah, because also like Ebony has never shot anyone, right? Have we ever seen like?
Well,
has she?
I think maybe when Snape and Lupin were like filming her and she had the gun that Voldemort gave her, I think there might be a little detail like she shot at them then. But I think that's the only time in the text, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Have we seen any other female character with like a gun?
Not that I can think of.
That's interesting because like now I'm thinking like what's the author's intent in like kind of conveying like gender norms and dynamics in this, and introducing kind of like the power dynamics, and how like she's, even though she is like being accused of being a Mary Sue, at the end of the day is in a lot of the situations not quite the one with like hard power, I would say. She wields a sort of like soft power where she like entrances and captivates all the men around her, rather than say like is so powerful that they all like bend to her will in that way, at least. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that very much is the kind of power this character has, I agree.
It's interesting. There's an analysis there. There are multiple. There are many. Oh dear. Okay. Oh my god. Anything else about this chapter, or maybe the last one as well?
I don't remember if this is the last sex scene in the book, but if it is, I'm honored to have read it, and I'm also glad that you have the honor of reading the last chapter, Charis.
Oh,
I feel like that makes it have a good balance, you know.
Thank you. Well, yep, I do get the last chapter. That's true. I'm just like trying to just recap everything so far in my head, and I can't remember what the hell happened at all in the story. I just know that I think at this point I'm so tired. I've like given up. I know that they're all gothic and they wear like red and black and laces and black nails, and they're all pale white because they're vampires, and
Mhm.
then they're all sadists, I think, and they're all the guys are bisexual.
Right.
There's time travel in
I
there.
mean,
Yep.
that probably covers like 80 to 90% of the story right there. Um,
Uh,
the only thing I guess that would like in these last few chapters that could maybe be added is just like there's the Dark Marker period and like apparently Voldemort um is coming. Though I guess we didn't really see him in chapter 43. It kind of took a detour, but um
mm,
now we have like Snape appearing in the big black car with 666 on the license plate. So
mm.
maybe like he'll be the sort of final antagonist, or maybe Voldemort will come back. I guess
Yeah, and
that's
they
the
kind of like
blitz.
converge together, and then maybe they at the end of the story they French each other. That's how the
That would be Ebony's preferred solution to the problem is yeah.
Emmy says this is so coquette. This is very much like very much playing on the is it a stereotype or is it just generally like or is it sorry, is it genuinely like the fandom the fangirl kind of like aspect of Harry Potter where it's me, I'm just a girl, and then all the boys are into me? Or is that more like a thing in fandom in general? I wonder how far this goes.
I mean, I don't want to get canceled for saying this, but is that maybe just like a teen girl thing in general?
Well, I mean, like, I think it is a teenager thing. I think it's a teenager thing to
Okay. Yeah.
imagine that you're surrounded by like other by like people you're into,
Mhm.
or at least like if you're into. I you know what I've never you know what I've never seen though or at least I think I've not is I've never seen like or I rarely see a bi harem where like the self-insert characters bi. I've seen so many harems where like
Oh.
the people in the harem are bi and they like kiss each other or whatever. But it's always like the self-insert is like the center of attention and usually kind of like portrays the author's I want to say barely disguised, but not really barely. It's not. It's very blatant, like fetishes and like kind of like just sexual fantasies, and
Mhm.
like it clings very like steadfast to their own like orientation. So there's that like oh my god like bi guys are so hot or like bi girls are so hot. Look at the girls kissing each other. Look at the guys kissing each other. But it's like the person the self insert themselves never. I've almost never seen like a bi work where the protagonist is bisexual. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can think of one either. And not that I know a lot of like self-insert fictions, but like the ones that I can think of, yeah, I don't think of it. I can't think of any ones that have a bi character. I wonder, could it perhaps just be a reflection of the fact that maybe like bisexual people aren't maybe as common as straight people or gay people? I don't know how the statistics work out, but like if that is a statistical fact, then maybe that's part of it.
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I think that's very much like, and it's also like you have to kind of consider also that it's 2006 and like the mainstream cultural norms at the time and how accepted that was, and or maybe like accepted is one way to put it, but it's not just acceptance. It's also kind of like normalizing it as people because here it's kind of like it's present and it's obvious, but it's obviously like a like they're objectified for their like for the whole image of oh my god cute guys kissing hot for like the for like this for like the
Yeah.
straight girl's mind, right, is the idea, I think.
It, so wait, so is this the female gaze then? Could we say?
This is yeah,
And this
this is the most female gazy thing I've ever spent time reading. Like I've read like I've read feminist literature and that's not been as female gazy as the 43 and about upcoming 44 chapters of My Immortal. It's brilliant. It's
uh,
just it's truly just oh my god. I don't know what to say. You know what? I've no more words. I'm going to read the last chapter, I think.
All right, let's do it.
Chapter 44. Author's Note. Well, I have nothing to say, but everyone stop glamming, okay? If any gothic people are reading this, then you rock. Oh my god, I still can't wait for the movie. Tom Fleeton is so hot, lol. I hope Harry will become gothic, cause my friend told me he's really emo in his book. OMFG, I'm leaving Dubia pretty soon. Can't wait. This will probably be the last chapter until I come back. That's my car, shouted Draco angrily, but suddenly it was revealed that who was in the car. It was Snape. I shall free you, Lupin, but first you must help me kill these idiotic dunderheads, he said cruelly from the car as it flew circumcising above us. Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Ravenway must be killed. Then the Dark Lord shall never die. You fucking prep, yelled Draco. Then he looked at me sadly. I forgot to tell you, Ebony. Snape made me do it with him. I didn't really have sex with him, but he's a rapist. We all put our clothes on quickly except Satan. We were so scared, but Satan didn't change. Instead, he changed into a man with green eyes, no nose, a grey robe, and white skin. He had changed into Voldemort. I knew who thou were all along. He cackled evilly and sarcastically at me. Now I shall kill thee all. Thunder came in the room. No, please don't kill us, pleaded Vampire. Suddenly, Willow, Bloody Mary, Diablo, Ginny, Dracula, Fred, and George, and Hagrid, and McGonagall, and Dumbledore, Sirius, and Lucian all ran in. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore asked all angrily, and Voldemort looked away, because Dumbledore is the only wizard he's scared of. He did a spell, and suddenly his broomstick came to him sexily. Voldemort flew above the roof evilly on his broomstick. Oh my god! Slughorn gasped. Get it because I'm gothic? The Dark Lord shall kill all of you. Then you must submit to him. Snape ejaculated menacingly. You fucking preppy fags. Sirius shouted angrily. I know a 4-letter word for dirt. Cruciatus, screamed Harry. Oh, that was Harry. Hold on. I know a 4-letter word for dirt. Cruciatus, screamed Harry, but the sparks from his wand only hit Draco's car. It fell down, snapped quickly, crowded out of it, and picked up the video camera. Oh my fucking god. I cried because the video of me in the bathroom, the video of me doing it with Draco, and the video of Satan doing it with... If you kill me, then these videos will be shown to everyone in the school. Then you can be just like that gothic girl, Paris Hilton. He laughed. He laughed menacingly. Meanly. No, I schemed. FY, I have the picture of you doing it with Lupin. What's she talking about? Lupin slurped as he sat in chains. I saw too. She's gonna show everyone the picture. Harry shouted angrily. Shut up. Lumpkin roared. Foolish ignoramus, yielded Voldemort from his broomstick. Thou shalt all die soon. Think you can, you fucking muggle poser. Harry yelled, and then he and Diablo and Neville both took out black guns, but Voldemort took out his own one. You guys are in a Latin standoff. One, I shouted despairingly. Echo Neville's wand, cried Voldemort, and suddenly Neville's wind was in his hands. Now I shall kill thee all, and Ebony, you will die. He made lightning come all over the place. Save us, Ebony, Dumbledore cried. I cried sexily. I just wanted to go to the common room and slip my wrists with my friends while we watched Shark Attack 3 and Saw 2 and do it with Draco, but I knew I had to do something more important. Abracadabra! I shooted. End of chapter. And end of series. Oh my god, that's how this ends?
True to form, it ends on a cliffhanger.
Oh my god, it does. That's crazy. What happens next? I need to know. Axion, please tell me what happens next.
You know what I think we need, Charis? I think we need some fan fiction of this fan fiction to continue the story.
What?
But no, there were some great lines in this one, like the abracadabra and Snape ejaculated menacingly.
Oh, oh my God,
Like,
yeah.
actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever heard anyone just, like, in normal speech use the word in that sense, because like, it would be really strange, like, if they did,
Which word?
but,
Which sentence are you talking
e
about?
ejaculated?
Oh,
Like,
what
to
was
as
this?
another way
Yeah,
of
what
being,
was it
like,
again? Oh yeah,
exclaimed, basically.
menacingly.
Yeah. Oh, right. Gotta add in the ill-fitting adverb has to be included.
Perhaps not ill-fitting. We don't know. We time to start writing, Karis. I'm not writing chapter 45. Have you not heard my explanation just now, of how this would be the hardest writing task I'd ever endeavor in if I were to do so. Like I'm not going to because how do you even write like this? This isn't something you just acquire, right? This is something you just kind of think, oh, I'll just like dumb my speech down, and then I'll just write with a bunch of typos. You can't just do that. You have to be really in the mindset of the author, and I can't. I just can't imagine being in that headspace. It's powerful. I don't know.
No one can emulate the female gaze better than you, Karis. Just like Ebony was the only one who could kill Voldemort, you are the chosen one for writing chapter 45 of this text.
No. I see the dark mark appearing on my arm now.
Oh, no.
Oh shit! It's calling to me, Charis Euphranor. You're the only one who could do this. Could write chapter 45. I can't believe it ends in a cliffhanger. That's actually in hindsight, I guess it makes sense. But I am unironically distraught that I do not get to see the conclusion of this story.
I know. Yeah, there's this always gonna be in the back of our minds now, this lack of closure
Yeah,
from the way
how
that
does
My
this
Immortal
end? I
ends.
need to know. The hacker needs to come back. What happened to the hacker in chapter 38? Come back. We need you. Please.
That would unironically be really interesting if somehow he made a statement today on, like, how he's doing, and
We don't
and if he
know.
sort of finished the story,
Yeah.
but
I think the hacker is a she in her own
oh, maybe
self
it's a she, okay,
introduction.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and in
Oh,
the
okay.
text, but it's rather ambiguous.
I see,
Yeah.
yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. I okay. This is this is so I don't even know where to begin because I don't even know where it ends. I don't even know what to say. What do I say about the 44 chapters I spent reading this fic? Where does this leave me as a person? Where am I right now? Having read 44 chapters, which is a lot, but not having the closure that I wanted. But what the fuck would the closure even be? What am I desiring that doesn't exist? That couldn't just easily be conjured, right? I don't know. Did you feel that way when you finished reading this when did you can you actually can you give me the context for when or how you came across this piece of text for the first time?
Well, the first time I heard of it, I didn't read it all the way through. I think I might have just from like a random either it was a Reddit post or like a tweet or something. And I've always kind of had an interest in bad writing, and so I don't know exactly how it first came to my attention, but um, I might have like read parts of the first chapter back, and this was probably like I don't know 10 years or so ago. So it was a long time ago, but thought it was funny. And then it just kind of stayed in the back of my mind for a while. It's like, oh yeah, this is like one of the examples of bad writing, bad fan fiction. It wasn't until relatively recently though, like maybe a month or so ago that I actually um, sat down and like read the whole thing and was exposed to its full brilliance. And then yeah, and so that it kind of made me start thinking of some questions of like, oh, okay, what would it be like to look at this work from a philosophical lens? And so that's kind of, I guess, my story with this work.
How did you feel about the cliffhanger though at the end?
Well, on one hand, it does feel very true to the text that it ends in this way, but at the same time, I identify with what you were saying earlier about how there's very much a part of me that wishes the story continued and that we got to see how it concluded. because like, yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say for me, like it, and maybe also for you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know at least for me, like it's not a wholly ironic attachment to the story or connection to the story that I feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's some genuine investment, like now, that I now feel, for these characters.
I yeah, I feel sad now. Because like it's more
Oh,
importantly, I just like I feel like I'm wondering now about the author herself and like what happened in between, well, chapter 44 and potentially a chapter 45, I don't know, that made the author, I don't know actually, like was the chapter 45 ever written? Was it maybe written and then discarded? Did the author just kind of like have school or something and just like never got around to writing a 45, and then this kind of like, is it kind of like when I started playing uh Tears of the Kingdom on my channel like a year ago, and then said, "Yeah, I'll stream this again next week," and it's been like a year and a half since, and like there's maybe like one person who watched that and is still wondering to this day, does Charis Euphranor even remember that he played Tears of the Kingdom at some point and said he would stream more of it? Hmm. Cause like what's this person is hopefully, I don't know, but I like hopefully the author is still alive and well, and probably has, some sort of memory of this bit. Like, does she go to sleep thinking, "Oh, I should have written that chapter 45 all these years ago"? Is she happy that she left it at this state? Is she kind of like regretful, but it's been so long? Or maybe she's just kind of drifted away from fandom stuff, and now she's like, a serious academic or whatever, and has not even given this a second thought, right? Like,
I know it is so fascinating to me to like wonder about questions like that. Because like you got to imagine like the author has probably heard of like the reception to this work, and or maybe she, like, if she's not online a whole bunch, I mean, I guess maybe it's escaped her, but I'd like to think that somehow at some point the author has been made aware that like, hey, this work became, relatively famous, um, in its niche. It's like arguably the most famous piece of fan fiction, um, ever, at least, from the time the internet has been a thing. And so, like, yeah, I just wonder like how she feels about that.
mm, mm-hmm. Slaying Science is
Maybe she'll
bangs
come
for the
back someday.
reading.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hope so.
Oh yeah. Thanks for the reading. This rocks.
I'm missing it already. Now I'm like reading my immortalisms, and now I'm like now I'm thinking fondly of the time we spent with the text together as well, Alexander. Like now I'm thinking like, it's never gonna end. But in a way, this is almost, it's appropriate that it ends on a, not just on a cliffhanger, but like incomplete. Like it's almost appropriate that it just kind of just stops, because from what I understand of fan fiction, that is kind of what happens with fics. Is like they don't authors oftentimes don't get around to finishing it because these are not like official projects with really high stakes and multi-million dollar contracts in the line. Like this is just something people do for fun, and so it's like, unsurprising that some people just move on and don't bother finishing the fix. But then there's always someone else that reads this and thinks, man, I wonder when the next chapter is gonna drop. I wonder if the author is alive and well. I hope they are. I don't know though, because I only know them by their screen name. XX shoot, what's her name?
Like bloody
Slit
tears or bloody
wrists.
wrists or
Yeah,
something like
something.
this.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh,
Oh, don't forget the 666. I think that was maybe
yeah.
in there too.
I think so. Yeah. Apparently
But
the most positive
yeah.
theory is that they forgot their password and went off to college. Maybe, but then the hacker could come back. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the hacker just decided not to. It still says it's like my
Yeah.
Minecraft puppy waiting for me.
Oh.
My fave childhood fanfic was never completed, and I still think about it to this day. Yeah, like I feel like not just in a haha, I can't wait to read the next awful thing. It's funny, I'm pointing at it. I'm also like with it in some, like, having read all 44 chapters now, I feel like a part of me is also with the author. I'm not just laughing at her, I'm laughing with her at the preps. Like I can kind of, I'm in there a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's one of those works that really sticks with you in that way. I feel that too when I think about the connection that I have to this text. Um, on that note, Karis, I don't know if you're up
Mm.
for this, and if not, that's fine. But I wondered if you would want to talk a little bit about the philosophy of bad art in light of this work. If you are too tired and exhausted from the reading, though, I totally understand.
I think it'd only be right to round off our like stream with that, with that brief discussion at least. And like I'm wondering, I'm guessing you have uh some idea of what you want to say
A little
about
bit.
the philosophy of art.
I
In
don't know
that
if I
case,
have a
I think
settled view.
in that case I think I'll like go first because I might because
Okay.
I also don't have a settled view that I feel like I might be influenced perhaps. Because with this fresh in my mind, I want to just make sure I get all my like thoughts sorted and articulated. But really, the big thing is just like this this is art. This is art. This is artistic. This is a beautiful project, and it's weird in its own weird cringy way. This is like this is an artistic piece. I don't know if it's a masterpiece, but it's definitely a piece, a noteworthy piece of literature in the early 2000s that I would like is unique in that it speaks so boldly of its context, its time, um, but also like the fandom itself, and also to some degree teenage girls. It's powerful in that like it does leave a lasting impression. Not all bad art can leave a lasting impression, and this has left a very well. I hesitate to make any assertions now because I've only just finished it, but I'm like I feel as though this is something I'll be thinking about for a while. Not in terms of like really actually, because that was the bits we played up as um as comedic breaks in between our readings where we're like over analyzing the text, right? But genuinely I will still think about this fic in the metatextual sense, or at least in like the why the author wrote this way, to what extent it's intentional, to what extent is it like maybe not accidental but just the product of their being, and if so, why should that be discounted, um if that is still the product of their being in the first place. I find that like my my impression on art is strongest when I feel something. And my guiding philosophy for art, as someone who has never actually seriously read into or thought about the philosophy of art at all whatsoever, is that art needs to make you feel something. And it there needs to be like the that is inherently like a human thing. Feelings, the ability to feel something is a thing unique to the human experience. And that's what, like, I have a very, I guess, anthropocentric view of art in that regard, and this certainly passes that. This, you can feel the emotion in the author, and that's making me feel something as well. um I don't know what that is yet, but I'm feeling something. Maybe a little emo, perhaps. Um,
Oh,
feeling like
yeah.
some red lipstick and eyeliner, but like it's just, I think it's done that, and that's all it needs to do to be art. And you can, one could criticize perhaps and say, oh, the technique is flawed. There are typos, which is not, which is generally like undesirable in like textual art, poetry, literature, etc., etc. But this is part of what makes it so interesting. Like I'd rather this than some soulless AI crap, right? For example, and like
Uh,
my feelings for this are not, they were ironically positive and now unironically positive, I guess, having read through the whole thing. But yeah, those are my brief thoughts. I was wondering how you feel about this.
yeah, no, that was beautifully put, and that's actually inspired quite a few new thoughts from me now. Um, yeah, I think that the way I experienced it is somewhat parallel, and probably the way that I think quite a few people who read this text, the way they experience it is that, like at first it might just seem like a kind of, oh, like funny, haha type thing, like, look how shitty the writing is. But then by the end, there is something I think very endearing about this work that people kind of start to recognize the more that they realize it. And I think part of it is what you were saying earlier, Karis, about how it just really captures a specific moment in time, whether that is viewed as being like being a teenage girl or being in the mid 2000s, being kind of like a period piece almost for some of the details about that time. And yeah, there's a certain, I think, immediacy and authenticity in the text that I think is very valuable. And it's not entirely clear to me that the text would have that if it were written in a way that accorded more with the conventions that most people think there are, for something to count as good writing. Um, so I guess all in all, I would say I'm pretty sympathetic to that. Just as a follow up question, because you said another thing you said was that this was art, and yes, I certainly do agree with that. Um, would you say it's your view? Like, does this art count on your view as art that is so bad it's good? Is that a label that you would use to describe this?
I don't know. I'm not sure because like I at first I think like if you asked me at the end of the last stream when we were like halfway through it, I would have confidently said yes, but now I'm not so sure because that's a label I would put on stuff that is so incompetently produced that it's I'm just amazed purely at how like how poorly it was done. Whereas this feels,
Mhm.
and maybe I'm just sort of I'm trying to interpret um the author through the work, which is notoriously difficult to do, but it feels as though this is because it's not The Room. I feel like there's a difference between this and The Room, because The Room is the classic example of like the Tommy Wiseau's like The Room, the film is a classic example of the so bad it's good. This one I feel like I'm not. hmm this one is bad, but I don't feel like I'm it feels almost intentionally bad. Like it's written in that like early, early mid 2000s like slang, the early parts of the internet. It's clear that the author can spell if she wants to, but it's almost like she chooses not to because she's keyboard mashing. She doesn't care. It doesn't matter. You know what the word is. You know what she's trying to say. So she's not going to bother correcting herself for you, the reader, because you, the reader, should just interpret her art the way she's putting it down as fervently, as she is on the keyboard. Right? Is the kind of the way I'm grasping at it. Like it, obviously, it's not. Hmm. It's not mature. It doesn't represent like a sort of an aged take on the world, and but that's kind of more, that's what makes it this immediate, that's what kind of fuels that immediacy, as you say, right? That's kind of what makes it so teenage girl. And you couldn't write as like, I'd rather, this is a much clearer glimpse into the teenage girl experience than say like Life is Strange, which is also part of the teenage girl arc, because that is written by someone who's not a teenage girl. And like
Mm.
it's just like some things might be relatable, but this strikes me very deeply in a way that Life is Strange could never, I guess. I wouldn't say it's
Mhm.
better, but I would say it's more um the teenage girl experience is more competently kind of portrayed to me.
Mhm.
So it's not so bad it's good, I think. It's just good, which is really weird to say, which is so weird to say. It's so good because it knows how to be bad. Maybe.
Okay. Interesting. So I guess that leads to a follow-up question then for me, which is that say this work had been written by the same person, but suppose she had gone about it a little differently. Like maybe she had, corrected the spelling errors and so on and um, had still at least attempted to write something that was sort of an authentic expression of herself, but that, accorded with the standard conventions of good writing just a little bit more. On your view, then, would the work not be as good if she had done that?
Hmm. Oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. Would the work be not as good? It would certainly not strike as deeply.
Mm.
But would it be worse because of that? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't. Maybe it's not worse, but it would certainly be different, and it would feel rather than speaking because this feels as though it's sort of uninhibited. If the spelling was corrected, and like maybe she put this through like a grammar checker or whatever. Well, maybe not a grammar checker, but maybe if she, I was gonna say showed it to her like her English teacher, but that probably wouldn't be a conversation that she'd want to have. But like, if she had someone proofread it, right? Like it
Mm.
would feel less it would feel more inhibited, and in that sense um then the tension is different because the tension then would be like her against the societal conventions of like standard good writing, and you can see that's a rather internal struggle, whereas here the struggle feels like external. It's always in the author's notes. It's always like she's flaming the preps, she's flaming the people that are giving it bad reviews. It's all external, but within the confines of the fiction, it's all her. This is all Tara. Like this is everything that is from this person's heart, undiluted, untainted, just pure teenage girl angst on that, you know.
Mm.
I don't know. It's a good question. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I mean, I think that's right that the spelling errors help give it a sense of being immediate and authentic, and not really worrying about things like editing and all of that. And I can see how that's a virtue here. Um, I guess what troubles me though about that thought is I'm just imagining now, what if you took a girl who was just like Tara in real life, except that maybe she just had like a more natural grasp of things like spelling and just kind of naturally happened to type words out correctly most of the time. Not even because she went back and edited it, but just like that was just the way that she naturally typed, is just things kind of came out correctly. And I want to imagine now, like, okay, what if a girl like that had written this story such that there weren't all the typos and everything? Um, to me, like it almost seems like there's pressure on us to say that if the typo ridden story is sort of an authentic expression of Tara's individuality, then the cleaned up version of it it seems like should be as authentic an expression of like Tara Prime, we might call her, like her individuality. um but like I guess I just worry, like
Mm,
if we view all the errors and like the various blunders of the story as being like um part of what makes it so good. I'm not sure if we can say that, which maybe
mm,
we shouldn't be able to. I don't have a settled view on this, but to me that's just a really interesting thought experiment to kind of think of is um what if this were written in a way that seemed better by some conventions of writing. um I agree there are ways of doing that that would maybe take away from the like authenticity element of it. Like if she gets like someone else to review the text, for example, um, which I guess oddly enough in this text was the case for at least some of the chapters with Raven. But yeah, like it still
mm.
feels like it doesn't really intrude on the text somehow. Um, but if we compare, that version of the text versus someone who just naturally goes about writing it, but in a way that doesn't have all the typos and stuff.
No, it's a really good point. I think like, you say you have an unsettled view of this because I think like what makes this authentic isn't just that it's like misspelt or whatever. It's that the author's weak grasp of, well, potentially weak or potentially like intentionally weak, right? Like perhaps this is they're playing a character in a way, but like the author's poor grasp of spelling and grammar and you know just vocabulary in general um is which is normally like a limiting factor in writing, has not stopped her. Whereas like,
Mhm.
and that is authentic, but it's not like it would be more authentic if she had more spelling errors. I think it's just the presence of the spelling errors lends to it a certain type of authenticity or speaks to a certain authentic situation. I can imagine, likewise, someone who spells better, writing something equally authentic that has less typos in it. Like I wouldn't say that just like I would say that what would make it less authentic wouldn't be if the author was hypothetically a different person who had a better grasp of type of like spelling, but was just but like if it were to be contaminated almost like on the way out, I'm like using words to describe this image that I'm trying to kind of like paint, where it's like something that's coming from the heart of the author, and it has to make its way out to the world. And the less barriers there are, the more authentic it is, maybe. Or the more barriers there are, the less its authenticity is able to shine. And for I imagine if it were an alternate universe Terra, not Terra Prime, who could spell properly, like it would be an equal amount of barriers on the way out.
Mm.
So and therefore would be just as authentic. So I don't think the spelling errors make it authentic, but the spelling errors do illustrate the particular authenticity here.
Mm-hmm. Relating to that, I wonder, could there also be perhaps an element of aesthetic courage, we might call it, that
Mm.
is in that, the author of this text clearly in some ways, I think it's fair to say, like, doesn't quite know how to write, at least not, by conventional standards, but like she's still putting her work out there, she's still like doing her damnedest to try. And maybe there's a certain boldness in that, and that's a quality that perhaps just by itself commands a certain respect and appreciation. And maybe it's also one that can help inspire us, the readers of the text, to be sort of more courageous in turn. That's a thought that I sometimes have when I think about this text.
I certainly am like a little inspired by the constant author's notes going on and on about the preps and how they're all like review bombing her work, and nonetheless she's persevering, or at least she has persevered for like all 44 chapters of what we now have as my Immortal
Mhm.
texts. So like, you can't, there's a certain amount of willpower required to do 44 chapters of this, especially with all the negativity that was very likely to come her way, right? It's definitely commendable.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely think so. Um, here's, I guess, a further angle we could look at it from. So it sounds like in your evaluation of this work, you're, I guess, putting a fair amount of, if at least if I'm understanding your view correctly, it's a view that puts a fair amount of importance on what the work reveals about the author, like the author's
Mm-hmm.
intentions, like her state of mind, and so on. And I do think that's a very natural way of looking at it, a work like this. It's like I'm inclined to look at it in a similar way myself. Nevertheless, it does occur to me that there's a challenge one could raise to that, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just imagine that it turned out that this whole thing was in fact a troll. It was not someone who believed in the text at all, but they just intentionally wrote it, to be shitty, to flout the conventions of good writing, because
Mm-hmm.
they thought it was funny. Would that, I guess, alter your view of the quality of the work?
I don't know if it would. It would certainly alter my view of the work, but I don't know if it would like alter the quality in the sense that like I'm almost like putting it up on a scale and like, oh, this is just something out of 10 work. And if I knew that it was actually all ironic and someone was playing a character when they were writing this, it would like lower the score or raise the score or whatever. To me,
Mhm.
it's like it would just transform the work. It would completely recontextualize everything that we've read. And now, rather than this being like this earnest, sort of from the soul, uh, writing from a teenage girl in her Harry Potter phase, it would be like someone, I would presume maybe not a teenage girl, or maybe a teenage girl who is not in that phase or was in that phase. I guess it also then depends on like who the author is, right? Like, or yeah, the author is a person. Are they also just, is this just like, are they, maybe they were playing a character and that character is themself from 2 years ago, right? Maybe, but now
Mhm.
she has more of a command of her literary um technique and is able to like accurately emulate how shitty her own writing was like years ago and is just channeling that. Or maybe this is like someone's friend, or the writer is channeling their friend. Or maybe
Mhm.
this writer is someone in the Harry Potter fandom who is just absolutely sick of of the teenage girls there that incessantly ship the boys together for some reason or another, and wants to kind of write this, well, sarcastic tirade against them. But I think that if it were mean spirited, or if it were intended to be insulting, it's nonetheless, I think, from my understanding, and I've never been a teenage girl, so I don't know for sure, but
Mm.
this really is the psyche of a teenage girl. It's like exaggerated, maybe it's like hyperbolized, but like it ultimately, it feels like real. It feels like it's starting from some place that's real. And to me that matters more than, oh, the author was playing a character, or the author was like writing this ironically or whatever. Because like if that's the case, it recontextualizes it, and I think, well, holy shit, this is fantastic. This is a like great piece of work. And I'm surprised that you were able to channel that, despite not, perhaps writing like this naturally.
Mm.
Versus if it were a teenage girl writing this, I'd be like, this, I admire your courage and your resilience and your resolve and your honesty, maybe, like in the face of all of this. And I wonder how you will think about your own work. Like if I were imagining like a conversation with the author, right? If they really were that teenage girl, if it really was that teenage girl, how are you going to feel about this in 10 years? Well, forget in 10 years, like now, right? Like now
Yeah.
it's 2026 now. This was written in 2006. It's been 20 years since this was written. This person is likely 30 something years old, has a job, and like maybe even a family. How do they feel about this? Like I'm interested in that, and like so I guess, like, to come back to the question, right? Like I don't think the quality would change in the sense of like, oh, my like arbitrary score would go like higher or lower, but more like, it's more like my reading and understanding of this text would totally be recontextualized. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, no, I really like that response. It sounds like the idea is that, well, it would change your view of the text. The quality would not be changed. It would still be, I guess, good in a but just like good in a different way. Is that a fair way of summing it up?
Yeah, like I would have
Oh.
enjoyed it just as much, or perhaps even
Mm.
more, only like perhaps even only more than, because that would just be more lore of the author, wouldn't it? If like all of a sudden one day it's revealed that this is actually all ironic. That's extra lore to me. That's like the equivalent of like another like hacker arc going on, like the chapter 38 and 9. Like that's what that'd be, like a new plot twist. That's what it would be to me in like
Oh.
the My Immortal saga.
uh, for another, I guess, parallel, I will admit I haven't seen The Room, but I have seen some films that people sometimes compare to it. I don't know if you're familiar with any of Neil Breen's films, like, Fateful Findings or anything like that, but they're
Mhm.
also kind of in the realm of like movies that are just really bad, but like a lot of people like them and they're sort of viewed as so bad it's good. Um, but I think I've probably heard enough about The Room to understand like the sort of basic appeal that the film has to many people. Um, it sounded like you were saying earlier, yeah, the maybe the appeal of this text is kind of different in a way from films like that. Um, if I remember correctly, what you were saying there. Um, I guess I just wonder if we could explore that a little bit more. Like when it comes to a
Mhm.
work like The Room, what would you say to someone who says, "Well, look, could it be that a film like this is maybe an authentic expression of the director um, who made it?" And again, tell me if I'm getting your review wrong, but I guess I'm just curious what you would say to that question.
Mhm. I'm not, unfortunately, it really sucks because like I don't know Faithful Findings. I have not watched anything from Neil Breen. So
Okay.
we're in that, like, we've just missed each other in like having that discussion on so bad it's good text. So we need to like, I need to watch the Neil Breen films to really like properly engage in this conversation with you. But like preemptively, I guess what I would say is like, at least for The Room, right? It was so bad it's good, and part of it was because part of what made it bad was, one, obviously it was incompetently handled, and it was awkwardly done and acted, and like there was just, the cinematography was just like incredibly jarring, and like just poorly done. It was inept. It was the ineptitude of it that drew me in initially, at least. But at the end of
Mm.
it, it just, like, it didn't, it wasn't a window into the soul of the author. Is I guess the best way to put it. Unlike I would say where My Immortal is that. My Immortal is a window to the soul of the author. I watched The Room and I didn't really learn anything about Tommy Wiseau. I read My Immortal. I know everything about this teenage girl, or at least like most of the things that this teenage girl cares
Mm.
about. I'm wondering if that's relevant to the Neil Breen discography or filmography.
Well, that's yeah, an interesting point. I can see how. I mean, again, I haven't seen the room, so it's hard for me to say. But that's I guess that makes sense. How there could be films that are so bad they're good, but yeah, maybe don't give much of a sense of the state of mind of the person who made them. Like that to me seems like a very coherent possibility. So it's easy for me to imagine that the room could be that way. With Neil Breen's films, I feel like there is maybe a bit more of a sense. At least this was my reaction upon seeing the films, is that they, I think, do give a pretty good sense of his state of mind. Exactly how to describe that state of mind is very difficult because it's very bizarre, and I think that's one of the things that people are kind of drawn to about the films is that they have this really bizarre quality to them, and it sort of puts you in the frame of mind to start thinking like, what would it be like to someone who watches this or who makes this and genuinely like unironically judges this to be like an epic or great or meaningful film. And so yeah, with Neil Breen I think there's maybe a little bit more of that connection, but again it's they're the kinds of films that people can watch in different ways, and so that's just my own reading of it for whatever it's worth.
Hmm. Hmm. Do people like at all claim that like Neil Breen's films are or any part of it is like unironically good, or maybe like any part of it do people accuse maybe Neil Breen of intentionally creating those films in that so bad it's good way? Maybe is a better question.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. For his more recent films, yeah, people have started to. It's kind of funny. Like sometimes the fan reception around his newer films is like, oh, he doesn't make them like they used to. Like they're not bad in the way they used to be, and like now they're just
Mm.
not as fun to watch. Like now he's in on the joke, but and I don't know if that's true or not, but that's at least the feeling that some have about the newer stuff. For his older films, most viewers, like, just from my own grasp of the conversation, seem to think that they were done like in a completely unironic spirit, and like he was not in on the joke for the first few.
Mm. Mm.
But
These are really good questions.
but
I
yeah.
wish I watched the Neil Breen films so I can engage in this.
Oh, well, they're a good time. Though to be fair, like, I should watch The Room too because I've heard about
Mm.
it so much, and I'm sure I'd find it a good time.
Would you call My Immortal so bad it's good?
Um, I think I would. Yeah,
Mm.
to me that seems like a fair characterization of it. Which to me, I guess does raise the question of like how could a work of art be so bad it's good? Isn't there just something on its face very puzzling about this notion? Um, but I mean, I guess my best way of trying to account for it would be I don't know if it would be a single reason or a single way in which something can be so bad it's good. I might favor kind of a pluralist account. I do think that part of what's aesthetically valuable about works of art that are so bad they're good is just sheer like funniness, sheer humor. That seems to be a fairly common feature in the way that people who like these artworks engage with them, is that they find it funny. And I think probably the source of the humor for works like these oftentimes is that when a work of art tries so hard to be good, like at least the work doesn't give the sense of being just a troll, but like it seems like it's done in a sincere spirit, and yet fails so spectacularly, like fails in just about every way. There's a certain absurdity to that, like a certain mismatch of expectations. That's one of the classic sources of humor, and I think that that's something that can be quite amusing. I don't want to say that that's all of the reason why art can be so bad it's good, because again, I think lots of the way, or maybe not lots, but at least like some of the engagement that people have with works like these is not just in finding it funny. Um, like sure, a lot of it is some stuff that people find funny, but like at times, during these works, people are like becoming unironically like invested in the plot and the characters, and so I think the funniness explanation maybe explains some of how art can be so bad it's good, but I don't think it explains all of it. And so like for whatever additional aesthetic value there is in good bad art, I suppose I would be drawn to explanations kind of like the ones that you were describing earlier. Like maybe part of it's this sense of authenticity. Like it feels, and I think this is probably something that unites all art that's so bad it's good, is that it feels like the expression of like one person's creative vision, um, than lots of works that are more polished. And I think that's maybe a part of it. And then also the point about aesthetic courage is maybe one element of how of how that comes up. But those at least would be my sort of first pass attempts at explaining what might be aesthetically valuable about so bad it's good art.
Mm-hmm. I think yeah, I think you're onto something with it being funny, or at least the humor of it kind of being a necessary condition for it to be so bad that it's good. Like if it's unenjoyable, if it's not funny, if it's just bad but not worth laughing at, then it's just not worth anything, right? Is the sentiment. I think like that part of that might also, like, we could even like go further with that and say that um what makes the what makes something so bad that it's good kind of stems from the experience that like from the meta experience of it rather than the experience in itself, like the kind of looking, rather than say immersing yourself in the film or in the text or whatever in the story, you're stepping out of it and you're like looking at your mates or at your friends, and you're like you're nodding along, you're like pointing, you're giggling, you're like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Oh my god, this what is going on here? Like the sort of like um the group, the community, almost like yeah, the social reaction to it, I feel like is a big part of that. Like if you were
Mm-hmm.
to watch it alone and fully immerse yourself, if you were to fully immerse yourself in it, nothing could ever be so bad that it's good, I think. Like something is only so bad that it's good if you are not immersing yourself in it, you're laughing at it. Like there's a part there, there's this separation. There's like a glass panel between you and the work. And you are on the side of the glass panel with with everyone, of all your friends at least, or like all the people who see that it's bad, so to speak. They see why it's bad. They see why it's awful, but nonetheless are so amused by this compared to something else that's just plain old bad and not in a funny or interesting way, I guess. Like we're like almost like at an exhibit pointing and laughing at a particular thing is what makes it so bad it's good. And I'm a little hesitant, and I think part of why I think I'm a bit more hesitant, although initially I wasn't, in labeling my Immortal as so bad it's good, is because at some point I went from standing outside of the exhibit pointing at it and laughing to like kind of just walking into the glass, like walking past the glass panel, and I'm just like sitting with it. I'm just looking at it and I'm like bewildered. I'm just observing it, and I'm just absorbing it. Like I'm not obviously like I'm still maybe like I'm still staring at it, but the distance has been closed in some way. Like I feel as though part of me is not that hesitant to go past that panel, if that
Mm-hmm.
makes any sense. Like I feel no need to keep it at an arm's length. Like yeah, this is bad, but I don't feel like I can't associate with, or I could never admit that any part of this is at all valuable or whatever, because my perspective is like this is an interesting period piece in its own right. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's where my hesitation comes from.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm starting to understand your view a little bit better. It's that maybe like you, yeah, I guess started off by thinking maybe it is so bad it's good, but then I guess perhaps came to feel a certain skepticism toward that view as you sort of engaged with the work more. Um, yeah, I'm
Still
just
fairly undecided though, so I'm like
fairly
I'm
into
still I'm
okay,
still
yeah.
feeling it. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, here's I guess one to kind of further aspect to it. Um, insofar as a piece of work is so bad it's good, could the aesthetic enjoyment of that kind of art, do you think, could it be as deep or as rich as the aesthetic appreciation or enjoyment of just straightforwardly great art?
Hmm. I've never seen it. That's my short answer is like, if so, I've yet to see it and I want to see it. I want to see something that's so bad that it's good, but is so like that has struck me as deeply as something that is just in itself good, or like something that is just standardly good.
Mhm.
And you?
It's fascinating to try to imagine something that was like that, you know? Because I don't I kind of agree with you. I don't know if I've ever seen a work of art that pulls that off, but it'd be really amazing if one could.
Are we
Like where
asking for a
you are
contradiction?
aware the whole time that like, okay, yeah, this this story is not very good or whatever, but it draws you in just as much as any work of high literature, let's say.
Hmm.
And where I guess also where the engagement is along the lines of what you were saying earlier, where the aesthetic engagement that you have in it is not just like, pointing and laughing like, oh, isn't this funny? But like also like getting unironically invested in the story, in the artwork, but like while recognizing that it's badness, or even while finding perhaps the badness to be in some sort of mysterious way what is inspiring, the depth of engagement. Um, yeah, I find that just a really provocative possibility.
Something that I've like not really quite articulated yet, but I've been thinking is that like my reading of this has transformed from this is a piece of fiction where there are characters and like there's a story to like these are just the first thoughts that come to an angsty teenager. And in that sense I'm invested. Like I don't really care for the fates of Sirius or Snape or
Mhm.
Vampire or Ebony. I care like what Tara is like going, like what's she thinking, what's the next thing on her diary. Like that's what I'm invested in,
Mhm.
that's what I'm like thinking about. It's not at all like the narrative, it's not at all like the thing on the surface, I guess, that seems to be presented here in My Immortal, and that's the only reason why I care for this. Like if, for example, if this were like if it were revealed that this were AI generated, I would then my interpretation, or then my evaluation of this qualitatively would dip for sure. But I just can't see
Okay.
that happening.
Um, what if it was revealed to be satire, but the satirist was about to write a new chapter? Would you still be, I guess, invested in like seeing what the new chapter was going to be like?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Because it takes skill to write good satire, I think. And this is like
Mm.
this is if this is satire, this is really good. Because satire, well, okay, there's multiple there are multiple like people have different kind of interpretations for what good satire is, and like the overall like the goal of satire. What's the point of a satirist? Like what are they trying to achieve, or what should be the ultimate goal of satire in general? But like if the goal is to make fun of something, say like this era of teenage girl in the Harry Potter fandom, then it's done so very well, because I could totally imagine like a teenage girl in the Harry Potter fandom behaving this way. This is like from my
Uh,
experience of the internet, this tracks. And if this were fake, it's so real that I'm impressed. I would just be impressed that it's faked, or at least like if it were fake, I find it hard to believe that it's not based on something that is real, and it just
mhm.
is like an exaggeration of it. I would find that hard to believe, but that would certainly be like a big paradigm shift. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, no, I would be amazed if this was fake too. But I also think like if somehow I discovered that it was, but that also the satirist was about to continue the work, I think I would still be invested in reading it. And at that point, maybe the way I would look at it is I would look at quote Tara, the supposed author, or like the character author, you might say, like the projected author of the piece would like herself be a character in the story almost, and I guess I would be invested in that character, the character of Tara, and what the upcoming chapters would reveal about. her mental state, even if not the state of the actual author of the text.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just as a quick aside, it occurred to me like the after the hacker incident, the Tara had not actually responded to the hacker. She just kind of went
Oh.
along and continued publishing like the chapters, right? And just like, you know,
Mhm.
fought the haters off as usual. But I didn't really see was there anything directed at the hacker in like chapter 41? I don't think so. Oh yeah, new way someone hacked into my account in November and they put up my last chapter, but there's a new one. I'm sorry for not. And then like that's it. It's not like I hate you, hacker, you suck, you're a
Uh,
poser, fuck you. It's just like, hey, but sorry I didn't update for a while. I've been busy. I've been trying to finish the story, so I'm doing that now. Here you go. Like it was just like a sort of, yeah, I know it was hacked. Okay, whatever. Let's come back to it. That I found interesting as well.
I guess on her like personal ranking of offenses, hacking is quite a bit below flaming the story, it seems, or being a prep. But-
I feel that. You know what? I kind of get that. Because like the hacker, like, posted her own version of the chapter, or rather her own, it's not really a version, it's just her own chapter. And I
Mm.
just like, it was obviously making fun of the way it's been written. Oh my god, Ebony is now, she died and then she went to hell, and then her hell is like wearing like American Eagle or whatever, and like having a bright pink top, and that,
Uh,
like, that is the sort of poking and making fun of that I almost would think like that's, you wouldn't be able to resist doing that if you were truly trying to make fun of it, I guess. You see what I mean? Like if you're
yeah.
trying to make fun of someone like Tara, you would do something like that. So if this text were, if it turned out that this person was trying to satirize and make fun of awkward Harry Potter teenage girls, Harry Potter fandom teenage girls, then like they showed restraint in staying in character, right?
I think so, yeah, more or less. Yeah, I
um
do think that the fact that she doesn't seem that bothered by the hacker really is a power move, you know? Like,
yeah.
she just continues along her way, doesn't really let it bother her. Maybe that's part of what I guess could help draw readers, to her character or her as an author in that last part. Just the fact that like she leaves it up and continues. Um, I think
Did
that,
she leave
that
it
does
up, or is this
reveal a
like
certain.
kind of
Well,
like archived, do you think?
oh well, yeah, that's a good point. I don't really know for sure on
That's
that,
like
but
more
I
a
mean the chapter,
historical question, yeah.
yeah, but like the chapter numbering seems to just kind of continue. Um, like she doesn't restart like the chapter numbering or anything. So yeah, I don't know, but on that one.
Hmm. Because I think, like, at the end of the day, the hacker made fun of her or whatever, but she also put her original um chapter draft up anyways,
Mhm.
and maybe that's like a significantly more respectable move than someone than the people who flamed the fic and like left a thumbs down or whatever, like a 1 star. I don't know. I wasn't in the fic. I wasn't in the realm of fictions, okay, at the time. But like
Mhm.
maybe part of why she kind of glosses over the whole hacking thing is like, to her it's like, well, this wasn't an attack on, or rather this wasn't mm, an attack on my art in the same way that a negative review is. Like writing a satire and posting it on my account, okay, whatever. But thumbs downing my new thing, no, fuck you, I hate you. Like it's, I don't know. I
Well,
wonder. I get, yeah.
sorry, I cut you off. What were you gonna say?
No, no, I didn't have anything to say. I was trying to formulate a thought. What were you gonna say?
Oh, maybe it's kind of like how when you're like trying to run a marathon, and if like the coach is there running alongside you, saying like you suck, do better. Like you can kind of take it just because of the fact that he's running there alongside you. But if
Hmm.
he's like sitting in a truck ahead of you, like yelling those same things at you, but not like
Mm.
in the game, it's so much more infuriating. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's like that here because the hacker like at least took the initiative to like write, a chapter of the story. Maybe that gives her a certain respect for him.
Yeah. I can see it. I can definitely see that. That's a great analogy. It is the coach that's with you, that's running with you, going like this, you suck, do
Mm.
better. And the other one that's just sitting down. I feel it. Oh my god. Oh, well,
So, what do you think, Harris?
yeah.
Have we solved it? Have we, I guess, figured out what's going on with this work?
I was just gonna say, like, have we kind of figured out I was just gonna ask you, have you figured out the philosophy of art from My Immortal? Because I feel as though I've got a really good grasp and a reading of the text at this point. It might be further
Mhm.
reinforced by, reading into the various like codex entries that like refresh my mind on like the details of it, but the details of it don't really matter to me, at least in my reading and interpretation. It really didn't matter what how many characters there were and what they wore. At the end of the day, what mattered was that this was Tara saying, I wish I were there, I wish that was me for real, and surrounded by beautiful men who were also bisexual because they're hot. And that mattered. The window into the soul
uh,
mattered way more than anything else. Yeah.
yeah, no, that is a beautiful way, I think, of kind of putting a bow on it.
And you? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I'm largely in agreement that what intrigues me about this work, when I think about, okay, like what are the most interesting or the reasons why I feel most drawn to this work, um, ultimately it does all seem to tie back to questions about the author or like what it reveals about the author. And whether that takes the form of like an authentic teen girl who's writing this as an expression of her feelings and experiences, or whether it takes the form of like a very talented satirist, to me, they're just about equally interesting. And so, yeah, I think I agree that for a work like this, the sense in which it can be like a window into the soul is a a key, I guess, way in which it can have a certain kind of aesthetic value.
Hmm. Hmm. There we have it. That's the philosophy of art. As explained, as explored through My Immortal, and as explained by yours truly, Charis Euphranor, and with me as well, Exeon VT. Do I? It's just Exeon. Your channel's Exeon VT, but then you are just Exeon, right?
Yeah, or I guess
Axion,
the
Exeon. I can
username, yeah,
never.
is
Yeah.
maybe like Xeon VT, but yeah. uh,
There we have it. Um, I'm happy. I think I'm happy about this now that we've talked about it. I was a little bummed out initially at the end of the reading, but now it's kind of it's sank with me. Yeah.
yeah, no, it was great getting to talk about this with you, Karis, and I think it definitely it's not the same just like reading this kind of work by oneself and not getting to talk about it with someone else. So getting to talk about it with you, I think, has done a lot to help me understand it and like understand like what my own thoughts and feelings about it are, and also just again helped make it more enjoyable. So thank you so much.
Likewise, and thank you for
And
like, you know what? Thank you for really pushing the idea to me, because Exam was the one who proposed this, and initially it was like, I don't know, I'm not sure how we could do this, but like the more I kind of like thought about it, the more I was like, you know what? Yeah, this is a good idea. I do want to do this. So thank you thank you for making me do this. Because on my own, I
oh,
don't
for
know if I
sure.
would have. I don't know if I would have had the courage to do the teenage girl voice. Uh,
Well, I'm glad we ultimately decided to, and also thanks to chat for your fun thoughts and comments,
yes,
and
yes.
yeah, those were
Even
fun to read
you.
during the stream as well.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for joining us
um,
in our two-part session of My Immortal. If you missed the first part, that's on XM's channel. I should link it in the description. I will do that. I'll link that first part in the description
oh,
of the
good
VOD.
idea.
But there you will see our full reactions as well as our like analyses of the text if you want to do that.
Mhm.
If you're a big My Immortal fan, I guess, right? You would probably want our takes. I imagine you would like. What a day it is that you got not only the opinion of one philosopher VTuber, but of two on this text. Mm.
Yep. Can't be that deal. I wonder, Karis, do you have any upcoming streams you'd like to announce?
Oh yes, yeah. So thank you everyone for watching. We're about to go, but just before we do, I do want to announce very quickly that among other things, some collabs coming up that are going to be very cool collabs as well. Next week I am collabing with Syzygy Z Altair, who I have collabed with once
Oh.
before, but it's not going to be on my channel. It's just going to be on her channel because I just figured it'd be easier. I don't want to. I'm lazy and I didn't want to host it on my own channel. Okay, whatever. That's why. That's the reason. You got me. Okay, that's the reason. But more importantly, I think you also have something scheduled, and don't worry, we've checked so that the schedule probably the time doesn't clash. But do you have something to announce for next week, Exxon?
Oh, yeah. Well, on December 6th, which is, I believe, the Saturday, so a week from today, I will
Mm-hmm.
be collabing with yet another, if you can believe, yet another philosopher VTuber, Tia
God,
Fair,
more and more of
who
those.
is a relatively new philosophy VTuber. We will be playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on her channel. And I will admit I don't know the time for that one, but that will be, again, Tia Fair's channel if you want to tune into that.
Hmm. Speaking of Tia, she was here earlier in the chat. Not sure if she is now because it's like a 5 hour stream, and nobody should be in this chat for 5 hours. Okay, this is a slight on you if you are. But I also do want to mention that I will the week after I'm doing a collab with Tia. So next Saturday I'm collabing with Z, and the week after I'm also collabing with Tia. So there are like a few collaborations down the line that hopefully are worth paying attention to. I hope. But then, yeah, I guess I'll see everyone then, or not. We shall find out. And go to watch the thing with. Obviously, go watch the thing with Exxon and Tia as well. All right, that's everything for me. And you?
Yeah, I think that's everything from me as well. Again, thanks, Karis. Thanks, chat. Thanks, everyone. This was awesome. We will see you all again sometime, I suppose.
Abracadabra. Abracadabra.